That's the big red button. Hello everyone and welcome to the library. I am the author and we gather in the library every week to learn and explore stories old and new. Tonight we join the USS Gungnir, the Spear of the 10th Fleet, to play Star Trek Adventures, a tabletop RPG by our friends at Modifius. Every week we continue our adventures on the wild and wonderful frontier of the Federation. And tonight we have some home building to do, which is gonna be awkward without the engineer, but I'll figure something out.
Oh, Ross is our former engineer.
Yeah.
Sorrel's okay at engineering too.
And we got Lef.
Yep. And we got Lef. No, if anything, I'll just have him dealing with it in the background. But yeah, I think it's just that time of year where everyone's kind of busy wrapping up school and stuff. So
certainly what I'm doing.
Mm-hmm. But how is everyone else doing?
Peachy.
Avoiding the killer bees in my backyard.
Oh no.
Yep. Actually got my neighbor. Kind of a sad tale.
Should have them relocated?
They're supposed to be having an extermination team come in sometime this week, so.
The old nuke 'em from orbit.
Yeah.
It's the only way to be sure.
The only way to be sure.
And Vera, how are you doing? You're muted, but hi.
I know I'm taking away I'm taking care of a couple things away from the computer, but I am here.
Okay. Cool. And with that out of the way, let's set course for adventure and get started. Button. All right, I'm gonna have to adjust the threat and that button works. Alrighty then, Captain Rost, if you can give us your log, please.
Captain's log. After some difficult negotiations with the Necrovians, all Anerthian and Starfleet hostages have been
You cut out.
The DS-17 to pick up a subspace transceiver and a fusion reactor for the new colony.
Ross,
Upon
you cut out again.
Is
Yeah,
it-
you cut
okay.
out. Yeah, you cut out mid-sentence. Go ahead and
Okay.
start up
Let me-
after
let me
the
switch,
start date.
Headsets again. This thing is flaking out of me.
Do 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 do.
You have to wait for him to cut back in, otherwise
Yep.
he doesn't hear us.
Okay, is this better?
That's better.
Captain's log. After some difficult negotiations with the Necrovians, all Anerthian and Starfleet hostages have been returned. A homeworld for the Necrovians has been established, and we rush back to DS-17 to pick up a subspace transceiver and a fusion reactor for the new colony. Upon our return to New Necros, as it's being called, we spent 2 weeks working with the Necrovians to get those set up. It's a beautiful, strange new world, low gravity, covered in mountains and giant trees almost a kilometer in height. They should love that. Now we turn our attention to converting the bird's nest into terrestrial habitation for them, and hopefully eliminating the threat. End of log.
Neat. All right, so the psionic dampeners helps with speaking with them. All right. All right. We open up an orbit of the anomaly named New Necros system. The Necrovians have already been here for a while and have slowly started disassembling their bird nest that has been our home for the past 300 years.
300 years, really?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they've been exiled out for quite a while. And now they're learning how to build on a planet again, and which is where you guys come in to help out. Our engineer, Lieutenant Commander Atrom, has been busy coordinating efforts on the ground to help them get used to terrestrial building again. It's been kind of difficult because of the low gravity and tall trees and the Necrovian in nature. Or you've actually been in building almost a tree city high in the canopy, but low on the ground. There's enough of low-lying vegetation for the elk herds to start breeding and populating down there, and you already have a small elk herd of a couple hundred already starting to settle into the region. Two of the things that at Starfleet 8 and the Federation has offered is a fusion reactor and a subspace transceiver to help set up a colony. These are standard things that every colony has, and that's kind of like the basics of making a colony. And these are brought in by the Federation to kind of set a good tone for them, and hopefully set up good further relations with the Necrovians. However, as you guys were out and about, there was a disturbing civilian news article that was leaked. by a Kate Chambers of the Federation News Network. It accuses Starfleet of having a hidden directive, the Omega Directive, in regards to something the expedition did in the Ebon Expanse. The details on that is ongoing, and Starfleet's official position is no comment. But now, you guys should be able to see the shuttle if I set this up right. If not, I messed up again.
I can see it.
Cool. Yeah, there's a nominal little break in the canopy of this strange alien world. The gravity is about 75% and Earth's. The air is a bit thin and it's a bit colder than Earth. Almost like the entire planet is starting at 75,000 feet. So it's not unbearable, but it's definitely noticeable if you go for a run.
That's space.
No, 7,500 feet.
Okay.
like it's high. It's a little bit higher than in Denver, but not by much. We're at like Aspen level altitude. And because of the unique geology here, the trees are huge. There seems to be a main type of tree on the planet that's nearly a kilometer long and kilometer high and several dozen meters across. So they just blanket at the equatorial forest, and there's large mountain ranges that grow higher and craggier than any on Earth. There's one particular mountain range near the northern continent that almost reaches to space. You could theoretically set a train track on there and yeet into space off that mountain.
Left replicator roller coaster.
Whee! Atrom is on the surface, busy setting up a new treetop city. Not quite treetop, but it's a couple hundred feet above the floor, and it's very open air concept. Lots of perches is for them, and it's been a interesting civil engineering challenge to try to set up all of these bulkheads and stuff and turn them into walls of a treehouse. Dr. Kai has also been looking over the health of the Necrovian and colonists and nominally checking in on the elk herd and making sure that everyone is adapting into this strange new world.
How do the Necrovians seem? Do they seem pleased with the colony?
Most of them seem pleased. Some of them are. They definitely feel out of their element, as most of them have spent most of their lives on starships. So, this is living on a planet, and that's kind of a new experience for them. However, it seems to be very helpful for their psychology to be in open air again. Kind of the returning to the roots of your psychology again. The roots of your evolution.
Okay. Regarding the bird's nest, you said it was made up of a bunch of different types of ships and what have you.
Yes.
What kinds of ships? Are there recognizable ones there?
Yes, there are. There's a couple Klingon vessels. There's a Cardassian Galore class as that was welded in there. Looks like parts of a Federation nation vessel, possibly a Miranda class, and then there's also bits of a Sarvan class that's kind of scattered in there.
Okay.
And then there's a good 60% that are just completely unknown. You have no reference for.
Sarah, my concern on the Klingon ships, if these things still have intact cloaking devices, I wonder if the Necrovians wouldn't mind giving those up just to make sure they're not ill-used by them or somebody else.
What is the intention of the Necrovians? What do they want to do with their bird nest? Yep. Traditional avian behavior would be to just simply abandon it.
They are sapient, so they do understand. Well, this is material. We can use this to make a new colony.
They just want to use it for parts.
Yeah, they kind of just want to use it for parts. If there's enough of it left over, or there's talks of making it a space dock, but that's my kind of future consideration.
So we need to leave enough of it in orbit for that to be possible.
Well, removing a cloaking device, that's just a little.
Yeah, that's just a little part of it.
I just want to make sure they're okay with it. I don't want them to accuse us of stealing from them and that cause an incident. So,
you don't know. They might not. In general, they do have like a standing fleet. They haven't quite revealed their numbers, but it's somewhere there upwards of 40 to 50 a cruiser type ships they have floating about.
Oh, wow. That's a lot.
Not all of them are here, but a good number of them are.
Yeah, they had a fleet.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't realize it was 40 to 50 ships big. That's a lot.
Yeah, it's a whole migrant fleet.
But pretty, fairly low tech.
They manage.
At least their scout ships were.
Their ships were Frankenstein, so it's all tech.
Right.
Both super simplistic and on our level, since they have taken.
Yeah, and they made it all work.
Yeah, but I would imagine the functionality tended towards the lowest common denominator. So, Atrium's on the planet's surface working on the engineering components. What should we get up to? Unless we want to talk about this whole mega thing.
Oh, the news?
Unless we know what that really entails, except for Rost.
Well, the news report was pretty detailed.
Not really.
I mean, enough.
There's an Omega directive. That's pretty much it that she knew, and it has something to do with the Evan Expanse. That's not.
Yeah,
really
they seem to be making
a
supposition that's what's going on. I don't think they know.
No. Oh, now you're making me want to go back and read it again.
Yeah, but some of the log files of those involved are heavily redacted, which kind of lends some weight to that argument, without explicit evidence.
Yeah, clearly something is being hidden.
What are they hiding?
Just off of a pad that you could, from a captain or higher, you could find a file labeled Omega Directive, but without their personal authorization, you would not be able to access it. So that really throws some of the things into the wind in terms of all that.
Yeah, my concern is if the whole universe is seeing that article, who's going to come here looking for it?
More than likely ones that don't know about it, don't know what actually an Omega would be.
And again,
I think that.
And again, the Admiralty has said to you, Ross, your official comment is no comment.
Mm-hmm. And I think at least the Klingons and Romulans would know what Omega is, but much like the Federation, they would not employ it.
Yeah, we don't know about rogue
keeping
elements,
that
though.
secret.
We got those rogue Klingon house going around here. They could be looking to change the balance of the game.
Should we be worried about this?
Out of character, very.
Yeah, out of character. In character. Yeah,
in character, only Ross understands the exact
I mean, we are Starfleet.
danger of this.
So
a massive conspiracy. Well, conspiracy to keep something quiet, related to something with regards to the even expanse. I mean, and again, there's and it does say result of some sort of particle. So we even know it's related to some kind of phenomenon, some physical phenomenon, which of course piques the curiosity of your science officer.
Ross has to be the parent and say we can't look into this.
Well, definitely, we're not supposed to, and I think we've got other orders at the moment. We do need to keep an eye out for people or powers that may try to exploit whatever's at the heart of the expanse for their own purposes, though.
Of course, it's Captain, it's difficult to prevent individuals from acting on this information if we don't know anything about it, other than what's in that article.
I don't know a whole lot about it myself. Most of the logs that I've seen have been redacted as to what's there, but apparently there's something big, highly technological at the heart of this thing. Beyond that, I don't know.
Security-wise, the less we know about what the directive is, if we don't have to worry about it, the better.
The article is rather provocative. But as you note, Fox, it's not exactly very detailed.
Yeah, there's a lot of speculation.
A lot of speculation, a lot of claims of conspiracy and. But Starfleet classifies all sorts of things.
So we just ignore it then, whatever this is.
Yeah, for the meantime, it's got nothing to do with us.
Yeah.
It's definitely above our pay grade.
Which I guess brings me back around to my other question, which was, what should we be up to here with respect to the Necrovians?
Well, I think we should start by helping them disassemble the nest, demilitarize it as much as possible, get what we can on the ground that can be used for habitation, see about negotiating those cloaking devices so that's not a factor.
Do we know if they were using cloaking technology in any of their ships?
Funny thing about cloaks, you don't know if someone's using it or not until they decloak in front of you.
Yeah.
We haven't seen any
They-
evidence of it, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's definitely not been any evidence of that. They came screaming in when they attacked the Enerthian homeworld. Original
Yeah.
Enerthian homeworld, rather.
I do
Yeah,
have a
maybe they know
question.
about it, maybe they don't.
I do have a question in terms of demilitarizing the bird's nest. Was that part of the negotiated agreement?
You guys were there. I just kind of got that
Definitely
Cliff Notes
not.
version.
I don't recall.
Demilitarizing it was not described in that. We were just to get them a new homeworld and a system as they needed.
Right.
Demilitarizing seems like that might be against what you should be doing.
I guess maybe
That seems
demilitarizing
very,
might be not
that
the
seems
right
very
term.
counterproductive to the Prime Directive.
Is it even a good idea? I mean, what if some other group tries to take revenge after?
I would imagine that they would object on self-defense grounds. But the cloaking technology is kind of a separate question, and so if they haven't been using it, and they don't really know much about it, they may not object too much if we just say, hey, there's these specific parts that you have not been using that we would like to remove.
If you'd
Yeah.
like me to look to see if it even exists there, I could try going over and looking a little bit more clandestinely.
Okay, why don't you do that and take a look, just see what's what.
Yeah, I can't imagine they would object. I mean, we're here to help them with the disassembly, repurposing of most of it for their new city.
But yeah, I could just, while we're looking around, I'll poke around and see if I can.
Veer knows what
No.
a cloaking device looks like.
Yeah. Certainly. What cover are you using? What excuse are you using to poke around? Just, hey, I want to make sure this works, or?
She'll like have like, I guess surveying equipment isn't like the right thing, but like because she's just surveying the parts, seeing what like can be used and brought down and what needs to stay. That's her cover.
Yeah, you can grab an engineering kit on your way over. Wrench.
Just take Lef and maybe another engineer with you. Really sell the whole thing.
Tron would have been a good person to do that.
I know this is really engineering
Unfortunately,
heavy
he
episode.
can't be here, and he's on the planet.
He's a
Yeah,
Klingon,
Tron's
too, that
busy.
would've-
Back otherwise.
Well, I mean, the goal is for Vera to not be noticed at all, if possible.
Yeah, but if you really want to sell the idea that you're just there to do an engineering survey to see what is useful for habitation, taking a couple engineers and having them do the same thing, just more obviously.
Yeah, we'll have
I like
Left
the idea of it
go
better.
along and do the same thing.
Yeah, somewhat.
Having one person going over to do that looks a little bit suspicious. Having multiple people doing it, no, that's what they're doing.
Yeah, that sounds fine. All right.
Just carry around a clipboard and a hard hat. They'll let you in anywhere.
Clipboard, hard hat, and a high res vest.
Whoa, I can move around my token. That's new.
High res vest with a work bee on the back.
Yeah, she'll let Left actually do the job while she pokes around and sees it and looks around like the little Klingon areas of the ship to see if they have cloaking technology. And I guess Romulan as well. She'll look for those pieces, try to poke around it.
Okay. You make your way into the bird's nest. It is very, it's very, very dark. Our very low level of light, and kind of cavernous. You would think this would be a hodgepodge mess, but they've knocked out a lot of the internal bulkheads. And there's a lot of work being done. There's lots of people, Starfleet and Necrovian, and that are taking plasma torches to things and cutting things out and sorting out electronic equipment. There, as you're walking around and you see a large section that has been blocked off with a environmental screen, and they're actually pulling a piece of the ship out, and there's several people outside in EVA suits that are cutting away this chunk of the ship that's being pulled out by a work bee.
Well then, you're certainly getting to it.
Yep. You pass through the central chamber that actually has a large almost park that's kind of like incorporated in the center of this, and it has trees and plants and animals and array of 2 feet wide nest with eggs in them, and they seem to be very carefully tended over within the park.
Don't mess with the eggs.
Yeah, she's not even getting near it. She's giving that a wide berth.
Even as you approach this kind of central chamber, and this park is fairly large. It's like an entire city block that has been plucked from the surface of a planet. But yeah, as you're in that central chamber, there's 2 Necrovians that are kind of like, okay, we're just gonna walk with you here and kind of make sure you're going to the right place. They're quite skittish and protective of it for obvious reasons.
Yeah, she won't make any fuss. Her goal is to find the ship types that she wants to look at. She's does not want to cause a fuss anywhere, because that could cause a lot of death.
Eventually you are brought to this sector. It looks like that this is some sort of larger cruiser that again that has all the internal bulkheads and it's taken out, and there's just large cables and plasma conduits just hanging in the air in random locations, and the birds, and at the end there is a ladder that goes right up into the bird of prey.
Right, Lev, if you'll look around down here, I'll look up here.
Sounds good. I will do that.
Make your way up the ladder, and you're kind of it's a good ways up. It's at least 3 decks up of open ladder. But yeah, there's nothing quite getting in your way. But as you go up, on the top, on the top side of the ship in the buffer, there's actually a larger collar and this weird ball, this weird, like, I call it out, sphere orientation inside right there, and you realize that this entire ship, this entire Burrell class, is on some sort of gimbal mount. And you're crawling up through it.
Oh, didn't you say that they were actually using them as turrets? Whole ships?
Alright, let's just not fall. Thankfully she's probably nimble enough to get up there without problem.
Yeah, you can climb up. It's not that hard.
Also, we should have a momentum from Tight Knit Crew.
We do have a momentum. Oops. Make sure I get this right. All right, so you need to poke around and see if you can find a cloaking device. Reason or insight, engineering, and we're going to increase the difficulty and the complication range a bit because you're trying to do this without alerting the Necrovians of what you're doing. So, reason or insight, engineering, difficulty 4, complication 2.
Okay. Reason and I forgot that my engineering score is not high. You have targeted my specific weaknesses here.
I mean, you do have left down there. You can certainly come up and help.
Yeah, but that looks worse for our cover. Okay. Let's give you I can't even use bolt there. Okay, so we'll go with can I use focus on clandestine navigation just because she's trying to not be obvious about it?
That would help, but it's not quite what we're looking. That's not quite the main purpose of the task.
Okay.
If you wanted to assist someone using that would help, but not quite as the main roller.
Yeah, and then skullduggery wouldn't help either. Although, yeah, no, skullduggery probably wouldn't apply either.
I mean, skullduggery would cover like casing a place, right? It's just looking around and trying to see if there's anything valuable.
This is very piratey kind of stuff.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Yeah, I'll take that. Skullduggery focus.
All right. I don't want to use determination here. So we'll just go with 1 threat and 2 momentum. We'll just send it.
You need 1 momentum, 2 threat?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oof. Oh, looks like I am using that determination. Spending on the clever get ahead.
Yep, I'll skip that. Did you want to do a callback to a previous episode? Have you done something like this before using that focus?
When I snuck into an enemy mortar encampment and fired mortars on them, that's the closest thing I can think of. I think that doesn't really apply very much, though.
Yeah,
that's like sneaking around. It's not exactly the same thing.
Yeah, you're not sneaking around with explosives. You're sneaking around to try to find something that would politically be explosive. Yeah.
Okay. Rolling these 3 dice. Oof, 1 off. But no complication.
I could let you succeed a cost.
Why is... What does focus roll under again? It rolls under your discipline?
Yep, if you roll on... Yeah, if you roll on your discipline and you get 2.
Okay,
but you have an engineering of 1, so...
Yeah, I guess succeed at cost here. That's
fine. Indeed, you do find the housing where the cloaking device would be. The cloaking device is not there anymore. It looks like it has been meticulously taken out.
I was afraid of that.
Is she like relatively alone up here right now?
Yeah, relatively.
Captain.
This is Rust.
So I found where it should be. It's definitely been taken out on purpose, though.
Okay. So we don't know.
You hear clattering behind you.
Oh.
In footsteps.
Most of these parts would probably stay on the bird's nest, you know?
Understood. Go ahead and continue your survey.
Alrighty. She'll click off the communicator and turn around.
And a Necrovian and turns around on the corner at you.
Hello, bird. I can't talk to without the thing. Did we bring any like of the communicator things with us? I assume.
At this point, you could spend and a threat to have one on you. You just happen to think, oh yeah, I'm going here. I should probably grab one.
Yeah. Go ahead and take the threat. Yeah, she'll pull out the thing. Hold on 1 second. Greeting.
Are you finding everything?
We're looking around. These can probably stay though. Oh hey, quick question. I was looking around. You guys did a great job, like, making this work in here. Breaking it all apart and everything. It's very impressive.
Blink, 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 blink. Thank you.
So I haven't been in one of these before. What goes in this spot? What went like here? She's like trying to play it off as like just like actual like genuine curiosity.
I'm actually not familiar with your facial expressions. Presence command difficulty 2.
Alrighty. Orion trait to lower the difficulty.
Yeah, I'll allow that. Diff 1. This isn't the first lie you've told.
Nope. And roll.
Gain a momentum. In there, it appears that they were devices that were useful for concealing the location in a vessel.
Oh, that's cool. So what, you guys decide they were better used somewhere else, I suppose?
I suppose.
No, that's smart.
We used what we could.
Or do they not work very well?
Some of them were damaged. Is when we got them. Others were not.
Sorry about that.
Non-committal shrug. Yeah, I mean, we're scavengers. Not everything we get it works, but we make do.
Well, if you let me get past here, I need to go see how my friend's doing down there. Thank you for answering my questions. Your nest here is fascinating.
Thank you. He lets you pass.
What's with the loudspeaker?
Just to note
the
that.
translator, yeah.
Yeah, you have the translator. I was trying to look for an icon to have it.
She'll slide down towards where like she'll get back down where Lep is. Okay, I guess we'll just keep looking around for a bit. And then head back.
Well, I guess it tells us they know what they got.
Yeah. And they have some. They have a non-zero amount of working ones. Yeah.
There are at least 5 Klingon vessels that are bolted on there. Definitely possible that one or more of them are still functioning.
The way he was talking definitely implied they at least had one.
Okay. So it seems like if they know their value, they probably would have removed the rest of them for their fleet, as opposed to keeping them on this station.
Yeah. Once Left finishes up actually doing the work we said we were going to be here for, we'll head back to give a report.
Yep. Eventually, you make your way around and kind of buy some time, and you make your way back to the Gungnir.
Yeah. So they the one I talked to said that they had pulled some of them out, but not all of them worked fully, but that's not all of them, which means they probably definitely have one. Where that is, I couldn't tell you, but probably thinks I'm just some wide-eyed newbie to the ship that was just fascinated.
Okay, well, there's not a lot we can do about it. They can't confiscate them or anything like that. So I was hoping to take them out of the game, but they're already there. So, all right. I guess let's continue focusing on finding out what we can disassemble from the bird's nest that makes good habitation for them, and start bringing it down to the surface or the trees or however they want to place that.
I think Left was actually looking at that the whole time. I couldn't tell you at all. Have a little park in there with their eggs, though.
Yeah, we'll probably want to have special nesting arrangements for that.
Perhaps that's something we should ask about.
I'll see if I can arrange a conference with one of the elder Necrovians, probably the one that we did the negotiations with on the Gungnir, and just kind of see what they want to do as far as bringing stuff down or the nest or whatever.
Yes, that could be arranged. Meanwhile, Sorrel, you wanted to have a scene?
Yes, sure.
You wanted to have a scene with Fox?
Oh yes, thank you. Although having heard a little more from the GM there, I'm not sure how much to run with that, but I guess it'll be more of an inquiry. So, Lieutenant Fox, the XO of the Nightingale seemed to be under the impression that you had misrepresented yourself in some way.
I say what I say, and that is how it is. Whether or not he took it another way is not my concern.
Well, nonetheless, certainly would not have hurt to, well, let's just say, seek out the advice and approval of the command staff. And if not, a heads up, so your XO isn't surprised.
Of course, sir.
All right, very good. Did you learn anything on the Nightingale that's of interest?
I had not set foot on the Nightingale before the dinner, sir.
Or the dinner? And just small talk at the dinner?
I'm not one for small talk, sir.
That was my attempt at humor, Commander. It's my understanding that XOs need to engage in that. It's supposed to keep the crew at ease.
Sir, if I might make a suggestion, leave the humor to Ross.
I will take your suggestion under advisement, Lieutenant. All right, you can return to your duties.
Yes, sir. To be fair, I did intend to try to do all that.
Yeah.
But the whole I'm going to contact Sorrel for approval on that just got brushed aside.
Yeah, I figured.
Whoops.
Yeah, that's more of a moment. GM just kind of brushed it off.
All right. The elder or Necrovian comes to meet with you. Actually, let's take this down to the planet. That'd be interesting.
Okay.
Who's going with the captain?
Fox is going. Take your threat from my hammer.
Yep. And Vera, you're just gonna stay in orbit?
I wouldn't mind coming.
Up to you. The adventure could go either way.
Vera, come along. She hadn't been to the. She's been kicking up in the starships for a while. Stretch your legs.
All right.
Plus, she's one of the two that helped actually figure out the language. So.
Yes, you did. It a lot with that. Again, good use of that talent. I've been praising that all over the place.
Fox is just a deterrent for anything they might try to do.
Sorrel will have.
They seem to fear him.
Sorrel will have gyro with him.
All right. Yeah, you have time. You can totally bring gyro.
Well, yeah, Fox is an electric type, and they're definitely flying types.
Oh my goodness. Electric fighting. All right.
Thunder
Copy.
Punch and Drain Punch.
And
Damage for anti-gravity boots.
he beamed down to the surface.
Did you hear Rod's question?
No, Ross, what'd you say?
So how much for anti-gravity boots?
I'm gonna say that's one opportunity. get flight boosts. And I think I have to, yeah. I have to give you guys visions one at a time, but I could do that.
One opportunity?
Either one threat or one momentum.
If we
But-
spend the momentum before the scene starts, and would we not get the momentum back immediately?
You would.
Well, there you go.
All right.
All right, good thinking.
Yeah, everyone can get anti-gravity boots. And this should work. Yep, all you guys should have vision. But it's very dark and subdued lighting.
Is there like a tree nest or something we're meeting them in, or on the ground, or?
It's a tree nest. Although it's not so much a nest, it's actually a building, but it's wide open, and it just has like terraced, columned and walls on the exterior. So, watch your step.
Okay. We'll fly up to the appropriate level, hopefully building some rapport with them, seeing as, fellow flying creatures.
So we're flying. That sounds fun. Control.
What could go wrong?
On.
Well, if Vera wasn't flying, there's a lot of trees. So
No.
That sounds like a collision risk.
It does sound like a collision risk.
it's fine because
We're not doing aerobatics. We're just going, up, basic up and down, right?
Yep, basic up and down, but there are some branches in the way. Control con difficulty 2 for anyone who is activating their own boots. If you don't want boots, you can grab onto one other person. One person can lift another.
Vera kind of looks at these. Oh, these are gonna be fun. I haven't tried this yet.
okay, now I'm taking my own boots. I don't trust any of you.
Sorrel, you taking your own boots, or are you gonna piggyback on someone?
I'm working on making that roll.
All right.
I'll give you one threat.
Unfortunately, I don't count as a small craft.
No, this doesn't count as a small craft.
I'll also give you a
So
threat.
I don't get it. This.
I'll reduce the difficulty by 1 for myself.
Yeah, just go ahead.
Yeah,
and
collision risk. All right.
All right,
Yeah, it's
onwards
fair.
and downwards.
Hopefully upwards.
Sweet. All right, so we're at 11 threat and 2 momentum generated, so 3.
I'll spin Vera's generated momentum just so she can show off.
Oh yeah,
Has
yeah.
rings around those branches that she's passing by.
Oh yeah, I forgot you reduced your difficulty. So yeah. So that's spent. Yeah, you do some very impressive tricks and loop-de-loops around the branches. Actually, one of them, one of the younger ones kind of joins you and starts a little competitive race. Not necessarily a race to get there faster, but a race aims to do the most impressive trick. and they're kind of like, no, try this one.
Oh, she'll absolutely get distracted and get into this.
All right. That's
See Fox and Distant shaking his head like kids.
Yeah, kids. Daring con was to Yeah.
Do four.
Difficulty 4, comp 2. And diff 3 because of your talent. Because I'm assuming
Alrighty.
you want to avoid the branches.
Yeah. Take a threat. And
You definitely impress this S1. They meet you on the top of the platform arm, and they kind of give you a respectful bow and head bob.
yeah, kind of gives like the the like 2-finger like quick like not salute but like the 2-finger like the pseudo salute, if that
Acknowledgement.
makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, the 2-finger like casual acknowledgement. Yep.
Yeah.
But yeah, you make it up to their meeting house. There's little perches everywhere, but there seems to be 3 perches is kind of in the center of the tree that are kind of the reserved ones, and it's for these council members or leaders of some sorts. And they take their position in up on them. You're going to be required to have the translating device. So everyone has a translation device.
I will say, greeting, honored elders.
We should be honored by you. Without you and your federation's help, we would still be wanderers. And for the first time, we actually might have a chance of creating a home.
I'm glad you have found a place that you can call home, and I hope that we shall be friends.
Indeed. I'm assuming that our civil engineers are working alongside yours.
Yes, we were wanting to discuss bringing down parts of the bird's nest for habitation facilities, and just wanted to get your thoughts on that. What parts you want brought down, what parts you want left up.
And the process for helping them transfer the eggs.
Yeah, do you want the Necrovian eggs brought down to the surface, or a nest, or kept in orbit?
They ruffled the feathers at the mention of the eggs.
That's entirely your business. If you want us to stay out of that, of course we will. We were just seeking to help.
Not to say that we wouldn't appreciate the help, but you have to understand that we're notably protective of our young, as I'm sure any sapient race would be.
Of course, I completely understand. We're here to offer whatever assistance you require, or none at all.
Well, as you've seen, we have a small part of our original home world at the center of our nest, and we were using that as a nursery and also a reminder of who we are.
Yes, it's most impressive.
We could take down the eggs and shuttles, but we could use some help on bringing down that piece itself. It feels like a fitting into the story to have it return to a planet and have it be the centerpiece of our new home.
Understood. That sounds like a great idea.
Problem is, how do we transfer it through the atmosphere?
How big is the piece that they're talking about?
Like a New York City block. It is several 100 meters in length and girth, and at least they have a soil segment and at least 2 meters deep, and then they have a bunch of trees sprouting on top of it.
Slowly, I would recommend.
Yeah, we don't want it to become a meteor.
For starship if scale, a couple 100 meters. Yeesh. Yeah, this is probably like a scale 5 chunk of rock. And of course, it had living organisms and bacteria in it, so it has to be protected from space and heat.
Wow, that sounds like an engineering task itself. I will work with my engineers to see if we could come up with a solution for that. Obviously, as you know, it's going to be a huge task to bring something of that size and nature down to the surface of the planet intact. So we'll see if we can come up with a plan for you.
That was the wrong sound effect. Your communicator beeps, Captain.
This is Rost.
Ross, this is Patterson. We just had an unidentified vessel warp in at the edge of the system.
How far away?
They're still at extreme range, but they do have their shields up.
And you're not able to make an identification of them yet?
No, sir. Our unknown craft. This doesn't match any craft in our database.
Okay. Honored Elders, there is a ship that just entered the system. I think we need to check it out and make sure it's not a threat. Would you excuse us while we return to our vessel?
Of course.
And 4 to beam up.
I'll step back. And... you're all beamed up to the ship.
Yellow alert, shields up.
All hands, yellow alert.
What does the vessel seem to be doing? Coming towards us or something else?
Get the music. They are just hanging out at the edge of the system. They are. They do have their shields up. If you want any more information, you'll have to scan.
Let us scan.
They're still quite a ways away. It would be a difficulty 5 scan right now, or you could move closer.
Okay, let's move closer. Just enough to get a decent scan, but I'd like to stay out of usual weapon ranges.
So within long range?
Yes.
Oh, you might want your tokens.
Just a reminder, we have advanced sensor.
That would help. That would bring that difficulty down to 3.
All right, Mr. Sorrell, what can you tell me?
I'll add a threat.
I only just saw the ship. It looks like a Gorn ship. This is purely out of character.
It's not supposed to be a Gorn ship.
It kind of looks like it, though.
Yeah, it kind of does, but if it was a Gorn ship, you would definitely be able to recognize it.
Yeah.
As I tell my D&D players, I reuse minis. I bet the author reuses tokens.
I mean, he's using tokens from other universes, so.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And then sensor science from the ship.
Coming up.
All right, so that was difficulty 3, 4, 5, 2 momentum generated. You have a float. They are taking intensive scans of the system in itself. They have not moved from initial warp in position. It seems like as they're approaching the system and they dropped out of warp, raised shields, and they're just kind of like scanning around. Another thing of note, there's a lot of communication incoming off them.
To the surface.
No, it seems to be a going back out to deep space. You can't. It's a tight beam aim connection and into subspace, but it's going back on their vector they were at.
Do they have a registry?
They do, but it's an alien registry. It doesn't make sense to you.
Do we recognize any kind of race or whatever from the ship?
This is first contact situation.
Ah, okay. Something totally new. All right.
Yep.
Captain, we have no record of this ship or its accompanying race in the ship's databanks.
All right. I will do the Picard maneuver with my tunic and open a channel. Greetings. This is Captain Ross of the Federation Starship Gungnir. How are you?
How are you? You get back at a transmission, but it's a bunch of squeaks and chittering. Hasn't quite made it through the translation matrix yet.
Is there anything universal? Let's send them some science and math type data that should be somewhat universal for a spacefaring race, and see if we can build up a common lingo.
So yield standard first contact package.
Right, exactly, yeah. Something to build up the universal translator database.
This is standard procedure.
In a New York Times crossword puzzle.
Yeah, I can't see a reason to increase the complication on this, because any sentient race can see a bunch of math and numbers and kind of quickly realize, oh, this is math and numbers, not you are insulting my mother.
Yeah, we're saving that for day 2.
I mean, unless they consider math to be curses in their language.
If they're spacefaring, they would have to understand math at least somewhat.
Yeah, they just don't use they don't use numbers. They use the actual word. very, very long form in their calculations. Thrall would love it.
Proofs only.
Control command, difficulty 3, assisted by communications command on the ship to send the first contact package.
All right, difficulty 3. Let's see. I'll give you, or I'll take 3 momentum. Actually, strike that. 2 momentum and a threat.
Okay. 4 dice total. Oh, right.
And I'll use bold command for that.
Right. Dimension. You use bold command for 1.
Okay. And I'll buy off the other with some momentum.
Yeah. So go ahead and reroll. Maybe go to 2. Bold only allows you to reroll 1 of them, but yeah. I'll just take the first one.
Okay.
And then the communications command from the ship.
No worries.
1, 2,
Bold
3.
was hard to figure out.
1, 2, 3, 4. So the generated and 1 more to quash that other complication.
Correct.
All right. You managed to get the communication package out. Yeah, you managed to decompress the file beforehand, because sending a compressed file just adds a layer of annoying to figure out what you're saying.
Do you have PK zip?
Exactly.
You only have free trial.
You don't have to spend money for Renrar.
Apparently not. And eventually, you get a communication. Oh, I forgot to rename these. I'm doing things. You get a video, image of the bridge. Would you like it on screen?
Yes, please.
All right.
What am I looking at?
You're looking at a short, squat mammalian creature.
It's like an upright salamander.
Yep. Hello. Hi. What are you doing here? We're not doing anything.
Hello, my name is Captain Ross. I'm the commander of this vessel. We're just helping establish a colony in this system. How do you do?
Oh, a colony. The colony for who? Oh, are you? I'm assuming you're moving in here. Yes.
No, it's not us exactly. It's another species called the Necrovians. Are you neighbors to this system?
Neighbors, yes, we're from a nearby system. We're just out and about, and we saw you were here.
Ah, so you're explorers too, as are we.
Yes, we are explorers.
My
Yes.
spidey sense is telling me that that's not exactly true. Well, part of our mission is to establish first contacts with other races and species. I don't suppose you'd like to come over and get to know each other better.
We don't have to, I mean, you're here doing colony things, so we don't want to get in the way or anything.
Okay, well, maybe another time. I do have to advise you the species that is setting up their colony here, they're very aggressive and protective. So I would probably not, come into the system, without an invitation or at least some notice and warning, just to avoid any unpleasantness. You seem like nice people, so I wouldn't want anything bad to happen to you.
They mute their channel and they have an offside conversation. Yeah. They speak to each other for about 30 seconds and then the channel comes back. On second thought, maybe now would be a good time to have first contact and officially meet each other.
Well, that's great.
Welcome you to the sector.
It'd be nice to get to know you. So, how many of your crew would like to come aboard? And we could have a, small lunch or whatever the appropriate meal is.
There's 12 of us. I can bring in a small contingent, a small contingent of a few officers.
That'd be wonderful. Why don't you send me the coordinates and we'll transport you over here.
Yes, that's very well. Sorrel, go ahead and give me a reason science in difficulty 3 again.
Aye, voice in the sky. Give you the threat. Can you tell me the nature of the role so I can determine if I have a applicable focus?
Sensor scans, and you might notice something. Yeah.
So then would testing a theory fire?
Yes, it would.
Okay,
So diff 2.
Threat, then. I won't spin the threat then.
All right.
Wait, no, I will. That's right. Bold.
Bold. All right. So 2 threat.
That's right. It fires. I'm doing a science roll. Okay. Yes.
Yeah. We'll teach you and Ross how to use bold yet.
Right. Yeah. So it doesn't roll lower the difficulty. It just gives me the additional.
It gives you additional dice. Oh yeah. Yep.
Right,
So diff 3.
Yes, I'm rolling 4. Okay. Gotcha.
I always get those two mixed up because the first time I saw that.
That's why you do the bold thing. So you can reroll that awful complication.
I mean, sometimes you want to keep the complication, but yeah.
Always
And then
seems like we roll an unnatural amount of 20s.
Yep. And then sensor science.
It's mostly you guys.
Hey, I roll better here than I do in Warhammer. So
Probably not
Do you
saying
ever
much.
win in Warhammer, or do you just survive?
Pretty much survive, but it's really hard to
That's
survive.
all you
when
can
your-
hope for in
Your average
Warhammer.
rolls are like 73.
It's Warhammer. Survival is the goal, not winning.
Sensor signs from the ship, please.
Oh, coming up.
Yay, un momentum. As you were talking, with them, the communication and doubles.
I give Rost a raised eyebrow.
They're up to something, aren't they? I don't suppose we can pick up anything where they're sending those transmissions to from this range, is there?
You can't tell where they're sending it to. It's just going to deep space.
Is it on a tight beam or a broadband?
It appears to be a tight beam.
Well, can I get a bead on its trajectory and project out using the astrophysical lab?
For 2 momentum, you can have a bead on it, and you can do a astro navigation roll to kind of trace it out to a system or a destination.
Yeah, that's a good spend, I think.
Yep. And there. You have a... I don't know why it does that. Momentum's doing weird things on me again. You have a trajectory.
Okay. Ooh, I get to run over to stellar cartography. Happy
Yay.
times.
But yeah, they accept and this person, and graciously he says, yes, we look forward to meeting you. And with that, he turns off the comm.
Vera, can you put your fighters on alert? Be ready to go at a moment's notice. Mr. Fox, could you have a security team standing by in a room adjacent to the conference room?
Aye, sir.
Jeez, it's like you guys don't trust me.
Have you met you?
We just don't trust these aliens.
Now, no question. Do I have to spend again if I still have the hammer?
Yeah, you're on a ship. If you have a security team on standby for the fighters, presence, essence con, difficulty a 3 to have them on standby.
Alrighty. Take a threat.
Oh, come on, ship.
Why?
Oh no.
It's fine.
I guess we'll use our momentum to quash that one.
Yep.
Vera, do you have a reroll? Or...
Yeah, I've got hold. There we go.
There we go. And between
Oh,
that
that works?
and
Okay.
yep. And you still have to spend the 2 to quash it.
Yeah.
But oops, I did that wrong. Do.
Unfortunate that none of us have technical expertise that can re-roll that when that happens. We still have to be the more, but yeah.
Yep, fighters are on standby.
Okie dokie. They're ready, Captain, just in case.
All right, so I guess Mr. Sorrell, Mr. Fox, if you'd care to accompany me to the transporter room, we'll greet our guests.
He stands at the ready.
Let's go ahead and take this on board.
Captain, did you want me to go to stellar cartography or to accompany you to the...
Oh, yes, no, go ahead and do that.
All right. Fox. All right. Cyril's going to stellar cartography. Captain's going here. Kai and Atrom are on the surface. Who has the con?
Vera has the con.
Or gets to sit in the big comfy seat, far away from her controls.
It's actually more uncomfortable up here, isn't it, Vera?
Yeah.
Everybody's eyes are on her now.
Oh, she doesn't mind that.
Just don't start an interstellar war.
No, that's your job.
Yes, that's my job.
Are you sure it isn't my job?
It's your
It's
job
team
to
effort
win
on the Gungnir.
interstellar war.
All right, and with that, the delegation in beams on board. There are 4 of these short, squat creatures. They are barely 5 foot tall, 5 foot tall apiece, and quite rotund. Actually,
Aw, they're cute.
Hello, welcome aboard the Gungnir. If you'd care to accompany me, we have a room we can meet in.
yes, that would be agreeable. They kind of waddle and follow you through the hallways.
So, what brings you to this neck of the woods?
Much like you, we're explorers. Whereas we like going out and seeing new things and exploring.
Oh, where do you come from?
We come from our home system, Vami. We are the Vami, a confederacy.
I'm not familiar with that. Are you familiar with the Federation? Have you heard of our government?
No. There's all. I noticed that at some of you are green.
Yes, the Federation encompasses a number of worlds, and several of their citizens serve in Starfleet.
Multiple Oh.
I'm from a planet called Beta Zoid, or Beta Zed, and Mr. Fox, you're human Terran, right?
That's correct.
And Mr. Fox is here from Earth.
I see. How many worlds is the Federation?
Hundreds, I'm sure.
Eyes get really big at that, and they make a chittering sound.
So, I suppose you guys are probably familiar with the Eben Expanse, as we call it here. This malady in space.
Yes. Yes, very bad place. He's not a not a good place to go. Not very dark.
Agreed. That's why we're helping the Necrovians settle here, as to get them away from it. We are also assisting other planets with that as well. Are your people safe?
Yes, we were on the outskirts of it, but not directly in range.
Well, I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah, we were like, we were like 20 light years away from it, so we were kind of worried, but we didn't think it was gonna move that quickly.
Yes, it's quite the phenomenon. So, do your people do they trade? Do they explore? Are you military civilization?
Whisper, whisper, whisper. Whisper among themselves. We trade occasionally. We like seeing new things and acquiring things. We like to see what the universe has to offer.
I see. Okay. We were just about to have lunch. Do you have any dietary specifications, or should I replicate you some Federation favorites, or?
Whisper, whisper, whisper. I suppose we could stay for lunch. Did you need anything in return for such a meal?
No, you are a guest here.
Ah, such gratitude. We don't have any specific dietary needs. Our species is omnivorous.
Okay. I'll have Chef replicate a number of different things from different Federation worlds, just kind of a variety smorgasbord type thing.
How about each player go ahead and suggest a dish? Russ, what dish would you suggest on the smorgasbord?
I'll go for Betazoid sliders. Can't go wrong with finger food.
Sorrel, what dish as a player would you suggest?
Gah.
Gah.
Really?
Fox, what would you suggest as a dish?
Character wouldn't suggest anything.
No, I'm asking as a player. I want a variety of dishes.
Oh, we've got Betazoid and we've got Klingon. Let's just go with a salad.
Terran salad?
Yeah.
Just leafy green?
It's either.
Hey. Terran Caesar salad. And Vera, what dish would you suggest?
Oh, she likes the Orion wing slugs.
Orion wing slugs. And hey, we have an audience. Audience, and suggest one dish is to add to the smorgasbord.
Yes, add to this madness that is this buffet from the Gungnir.
Also, Captain, are we still at yellow alert? Or
Yes, we are still at yellow alert.
okay then. Is that Chattelik again?
They have agreed to talk, but they're very shifty in this matter. So we don't know one way or the other.
All right. I'm gonna wait to see if chat responds, but in the meantime, yes, you start sending out all these dishes, and they immediately all pull out little handheld scanning devices, and they start scanning. And they're like eagerly talking to each other, like, oh, this looks like a good idea. Do you want some of this? And they're like super excited to be scanning the food, and then they start sampling it, and they're really into the ga, and as they're eating the ga, they start. As they're eating the ga, they're updating some profile on their devices. The salad, they try, not so interested in it, but they eat it politely. The wing slugs eggs are super popular, and the sliders are okay. They seem to like them. But they're all like busy tapping on their devices.
Well, I'm glad you're enjoying our buffet.
Yes, it's all very shiny.
What types of food do you typically eat there?
Well, we're a somewhat subterranean in species, so grubs and worms happen, but we also have some plant life that we use as a base for our food. Do you happen to have the recipes is for this ga?
Certainly, we'll transmit it to your ship.
I'll be willing to give you some precious jewels for it.
Well, that's not necessary. Just consider it a gift of goodwill from new friends.
Kind of furrow their eyebrows at that.
What am I picking up telepathically from the leader? Just trying to pick up his surface thoughts.
Throughout the whole meal, curious and kind of antsy, but at the not accepting a trade, it grows dark, kind of suspicious.
Okay, well, picking up on that, I'll say, perhaps you could share some of your culture with us instead. That is something that we prize greatly. If you have literature, music, something like that, that would be of great interest to us.
Well, how about food for food? That seems a fair trade.
Fair indeed.
Excellent. And he holds out the pad for you. Just a thumb imprint here.
And what's this for?
To finalize the trade. Finalize the barter.
Am I picking up any kind of deception on his part, or?
That's gonna be a roll.
I'll make that roll.
Insight, command, unknown race, unknown individual, and I'll go ahead and kick up the difficulty because they're not quite humanoid. Difficulty 3, comp 2.
All right, I'll give you 3 threat. And I'll use bold command on that complication.
All right, excellent. That is 5. Gain 2.
I peer into his soul.
There is deception in about, but this is not deception about the contents of the it's not deception in about what's presented before you.
Okay, something else that was going on. All right, I'll give him my thumbprint.
Excellent. We will. I'll send that to you immediately. Is everything? How's? Can we take a close look at how everything's progressing on the planet? Can we take a look around? I mean, if we're gonna be neighbors, or as I suppose we with these Necrovians, and we might as well make friendly with them.
I'd have to check with him. Now may not be the best time. They're still setting up, so they may not be prepared to have guests over at this time.
Of course,
but, I will certainly pass your offer along.
Of course, I understand completely. And if there's anything you think that we could trade or barter or to help out this situation, we would more than and will be more than happy to give to welcome the new people.
I'll certainly pass your offer along to them.
Fox, you've been quite quiet.
He's just observing, waiting for any kind of trouble to pop up.
Well, I don't want to keep you any longer. I'm sure you've got things to do and systems to explore, and I've got to return back to my duties with the Necrovians. So, allow me to escort you back to the transporter room.
Yes, we many things to do. So, I suppose we both should be going.
It's a pleasure to meet you, and I hope we will encounter each other again.
Yeah. And I don't think I properly introduced myself. We're the Vami race, and what about that list?
Over there under other list.
They're on our list. I am Captain Mulanamar.
Yeah, I'm gonna need a spelling for that.
Mulanamar.
Can we determine anything about their ship? Like, is it heavily armed? Is it, built for cargo? That kind of thing.
You would have to do more or extensive scans, and more extensive scans could be viewed as hostility.
Okay.
But you certainly could.
I think we'll skip that for now, just on first contact.
And with that, they AP him out. Meanwhile, Sorel, you have a thingy to look at.
Yes.
Type B message we're trying to figure out. Indeed. So you wanted to find the destination?
Yes.
Reason. Go engineering or con on that. You were at least that range band away, plus unless it wasn't directed at you. And since it was not directed at you, it's gonna kick that up. However, computers would help. Reason con, difficulty 4, complication 3, assisted by computers con, to backtrack at type beam.
Astrophysics as a focus?
Absolutely.
Is this a continuation of the sensor approach with testing a theory fire?
I'm gonna have to say no. This is,
No.
yeah, this is like
Alright.
looking over the same information.
That's fair. Comp 3, so I will give you 3 threat for 4 die. And fire away. Own ship. I did not try to use Bold Fox. I would like a pat on the back.
Ross, would you like to roll for the ship? Computers con.
Just for my own personal vision, did you mean to roll engineering, and were you able to for this roll?
Sorry about that. One of the dogs was barking at something. What was that again?
Computers con.
Yeah, we need the ship assist. I have a complication. Fortunately, I don't have a way to. Well, I guess we'll burn it with the momentum. Should you prove successful here, we need one more success.
All right, computers con, comp 3.
Come on, Gungnir. Yeah, coming through. Yeah,
All right,
the
it's been
momentum for the comp.
all right. It was a type B message and it wasn't directed at you, so it was kind of hard to get an exact beat on it. But with some clever mathematics using the array of sensors as binocular vision, you're able to get a beat on it. It wasn't traveling too far. It was heading to a specific system within the sector.
Do I have a name for that system?
Some sort of cartography classification. It is currently uncharted.
Uncharted system. And how many light years away?
It's a good 5 or 6. Like, so it'll take you a half day to get there.
Day of warp. Is it a binary system or a single star system?
Singular or system appears to have a couple planets. 3, at least 3 planets.
At least 3 planets.
Uh,
I assume at least one of those is in the habitable zone.
Yep, one of them's in the Goldilocks zone. It's class G star. One of them's in the habitable zone. moderate mass. It's probably a little less than an Earth, but not outrageous that it couldn't be M class or even K class.
K class. Is its proximity to the star suggest the potential tropical system?
Suggest tropical system? Not sure I'm following.
Yeah, like a tropical planet, like a planet with a strong greenhouse effect. Basically dinosaur era.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, it does not.
If it is M class, yes, it would either have to have an extensive greenhouse effect or it would be kind of chilly.
Right. Well, I assume it's got at least some greenhouse. I mean, if they're reptilian evolved, or amphibian as they appear amphibian. So that suggests water and greenhouse effect, but that's, I guess, supposition, not observation.
Yeah. I will say that their skin looks a lot more scaly slimy.
Scaly than slimy. Okay, so maybe more reptilian. Okay. I'll report that to the captain.
I'd also like to take samples of their DNA from the utensils that they ate lunch with and see if we can do any kind of analysis on that.
That'd been good for the doctor.
I know, right? We can always save that for next time, but tuck that up.
For one threat, you can and definitely pick up some DNA samples.
Okay.
And go ahead and note on your sheet that you have some Vommy DNA samples. Excellent. And
did they warped out of the system, I assume, after they left?
You would have to check back on the bridge. Speaking of,
okay,
Vera, we're starting a new scene, and you have a tight knit.
Momentum.
We have a tight knit crew. You've been on the bridge, just kind of monitoring the situation. You're still at yellow alert. Oh, of course this is gonna happen.
I was waiting for that.
As it's only 2:30. That's fine. As the situation develops, you beam the delegation aboard, and you're just kind of waiting for a couple minutes. Do you do anything?
Just watch.
All right. At this time, you get a communication from the Necrovians.
Hey, what's going on?
We wanted to ask you the same thing. What is this new alien vessel?
We are figuring that out now. Captain Ross is on it.
We noticed that you are at yellow alert. Should we be in a defensive posture as well?
No, I think you'll be all right. But if you'd like, if it would make you feel any better, I can stay on the line with you and give you updates.
I'm gonna need a presence command and roll with that. You might spook them.
All right.
Yeah, I'll spend. And for that, Div 3, Comp 3.
All right.
And the
Use my
and the
Ryan trait because it's through comms.
and the ship will help. Communications command, because maybe the commanding presence of the ship will comfort them.
Right. Can go ahead and have 2 threat, and I'll spend a momentum. Oof. I don't have a bold or determination.
I don't think
Didn't help.
I don't think you've done anything like this on any episode.
Hold on.
Talk to a foreign nation.
I don't think the ship helps in the presence command situation.
It might if you're doing communication.
Ah.
Yeah.
She's pretended to be a pirate captain. She's pretending she's taking the role of captain right now again.
You're just in the seat at the moment. You're not acting captain.
Right, but she's kind of taking.
Technically
So
officer
you're
of the
taking
deck.
charge.
Yeah.
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 Fake it till you make it, man.
Yeah, she is kind of big.
That's how you got here.
Indeed.
You know what? I'll take that. Fake it till you're kind of. It's different circumstance, but definitely the same idea of pretending like you're in charge and you know what you're doing.
Yeah, and the value is my confidence is unshakable. But everyone should be.
Yep. And if you do a callback, you get a point of determination. Go ahead and mark that you did a callback to that previous episode.
All right.
And you may re-roll.
Oh, it succeeds, but that's comp. That's a comp I can't get rid of.
But normally you did succeed, so yes. And so if you can stay on the line, I'm with us and give us as updates, that'd be very helpful.
All right. We're currently, as I understand it, playing host to some delegates from them, getting to know their situation.
How many delegates?
1, 2, 3,
We had 4.
4. Sorry.
Are they armed? Are they?
I can assure you that that even if they were, Fox would have it handled. He is very competent.
I see. And basically the entire time they're just gonna be badgering you with questions. And yeah, let's go ahead and roll this. You take a 3 stress after 15 minutes of them just hammering you with questions, and that panicked mother or just questioning everything about the situation and energy.
Alrighty.
Man, damage from questioning. That's pretty good.
They say they're badgering at this point.
Yeah. There's only so much a person can take, regardless of whether or not they're psychic damage or not.
And yeah, they had a whole meal, so this is going on for like 30 minutes.
Or Vera.
Poor Vera.
I think it would be safe to say that you're going to rethink being on the line with them for extended periods of time.
Send them to space voicemail.
Well, no, we just send it. We just transfer them to Zarel whenever they need to talk for extended periods of time.
Just
No,
kept
they
talking.
don't have mandibles. They don't have extendable mandibles. They're just eating with their mouth.
How many mouths?
Just one per.
I'm just gonna be over here glad that Vera's the officer on deck for this.
Do you think
not
they'll
Fox.
trade with us? You'll protect us, right?
Oh, of course, we'll protect you. That's part of the Starfleet way.
What are they eating?
We are sharing with them some cuisine that we have.
How big is his mouth? Like, yeah, it's
Um,
just this incessant questioning.
Yeah.
It's less like a worried mother and more like a very curious child that will not stop questioning you.
Very worried child.
Yes. That child that doesn't normally get to ask questions.
Yeah. But yeah, eventually, Ross, you are done, and you can go ahead and head up to the bridge, and inform them that the meeting is done.
Okay. And
We
what
both
is
just come
the
back
status
onto
of
the
their
bridge
ship?
to this. Sorry.
What was that, Fox?
We both just come back to the bridge to this, and Fox
Yep.
is just in silent horror that this has been going on. That this might have been going on the entire time.
If they're still on the line with Vera, I'll do my best to answer their questions.
Vera did promise that she would be on the line until the situation was over.
Captain, go ahead and give me present. Yeah, let's escalate this in situation. Presence command difficulty 4.
Difficulty 4, okay. Yeah, I'm here trying to see if I got it. Would a focus in leadership help?
Yes.
All right, and I'll give you 3 threat. Okay, I will use my determination to quash that
You have
complication.
bold.
Yeah,
Oh, that's right. I've got bold. Yes.
You rolled.
One day I'll figure that out.
This point is just I'm here to remind you that you have bold, and to remind Sorrel that he does not have bold when it comes to anything but science.
And no, you don't have you don't have a focus in rock climbing.
He doesn't have a focus
Yes.
in anything. He lost
Oh.
focus for this.
I have focuses.
You have some
Lots of
focus.
focus.
All right, and game. Oops. I think I messed up my threat count. All right, we're at 20. Let's go with the lower number. Yeah, after a while you're able to talk them down and kind of get them kind of focusing on the main project and not so much on the strangers that are hanging out on their new system.
Okay. And what's the status of their ship, the Vomi ship?
They have beamed the delegates on board, and they have pulled back from the meeting to extreme range, and they're haven't gone to warp, but they're just kind of doing a slow orbit around the star system at extreme 1 range from the planet. They're like an entire orbital cycle out from the planet you're colonizing. They're orbiting the sun at impulse speed.
Yeah, I don't like this one bit.
It's fine. I'm sure it's fine.
Okay, I would like to start putting some probes or whatever the equivalent of a sonar buoy is out here. And just kind of put them at the required intervals so that there's overlapping coverage.
You answered your own question by saying put out probes.
Yep. How much coverage are you looking for? The entire star system, just the planetary area, cislunar space?
Just coverage for, I guess, the half of the system that they're on.
Fox would recommend various points along the system's edge, and he would point out where he thinks would be the most strategic locations for them.
Okay, we'll go with that.
At this point, Sorrel, you're done with your project.
Excellent. I will return to the bridge and request a status report.
They did a diplomacy. I had to narrate it.
I presume it went well, Vera?
It went. I'm sorry, I'm kind of,
Indeed.
talked out.
Getting into the tail end of that, I don't suggest having long conversations with them.
Yeah, I did not get a good feeling of trust telepathically from them. They're concealing something. They have motivations
Is it
that are unclear.
I mean, there's a range of potential deceptions they could be engaged in, from as innocent as misrepresenting their strength to as nefarious as having an intent to seek some kind of armed combat with the Necrovians.
If I had to liken them to another species we've encountered before, I'd say they're more like the Varangi. Only they focus more on barter than actually acquiring wealth.
That's the kind of feel I got as well.
Indeed.
But I'd like to set these probes up as kind of an early warning network for the Necrovians. I don't want them getting caught unawares.
Well, if they are true barterers, I would expect them to seek out some things they wish to have from the Necrovians and to offer something in return, which the Necrovians could choose to accept or not.
Well, it's their system and it's going to be up to them.
Right.
I just want them to be forewarned. Should they come back?
Fox and Sorrel, we're kind of setting up a security net here on a scale of difficulty 1 through 5. How intense of a system net do you want?
I'd say at least a 3.
What's our assessment of the Vomies technology level?
You haven't done a detailed scan of their airship yet. You know that they have shields. They apparently have transporter or technology and at least a class 7 warp drive. And their ship is relatively the same scale as yours.
I'm going to suggest a 4 then.
All right. I'm going to kick this up. 5. Yep. Dupe. And then that is sensors.
I presume those super Necrovians are no longer in the brig.
Oh my.
Yes.
Oh,
Whoops.
we sent them back a what, like
Yeah.
2 sessions ago?
That was they're no longer there. Control security,
Yeah.
difficulty 4, complication 5 for reasons. This could be seen as a very sketchy act.
Yeah.
5, count 5. Boy.
And whoever takes the aid, Sorrel, you can also assist with
I'm
control
definitely
science.
taking primary.
Yeah.
Can I assist with since it's sensors? Can I assist with reasons?
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's go with. I defend those who can't fight, or experience trumps all. Those would be the closest for value.
I'll take the first one.
Okay.
For sure.
And I'm also going to bump it up to 4 die with threat.
All right. So plus 2 hits.
Tactics as a focus.
Yes.
I am setting these up in strategic locations. All right, control and security. That is all I can do to make this roll go better. Don't forget to increase the complication range. And onwards and downwards. And I am re-rolling one of those.
Avril Lavigne, no! All right.
Well, we got it. We got enough to quash one of them after my reroll, so we still have 1 left.
1 complication left.
Or Sorrel.
Using your experience and your determination to protect the Necrovians and from whatever shenanigans in this new Vomi race I come up with. You set up your security grid. Sorrel, unfortunately, you were trying to help, but your experience is not so much tactical. You're more scientific, so you're setting up the sensor grid in a scientific formation instead of tactically. You're trying to do even spread, while Fox was trying to grid up a possible trajectories and escape paths and stuff.
Spread is clearly logical.
Mm-hmm. But
We're not
unfortunately,
fighting logic here.
yep. But unfortunately, you set this up. Everyone kind of sees you setting up this grid.
I mean,
That's fine.
Fox doesn't
That's
really do
the-
anything covertly, so that makes sense for me.
That's the Vomi if they like Christmas lights. 'Cause that's what we're hanging.
You're setting up Christmas lights.
This is just standard Starfleet procedure when we're setting up new colonies.
The Vomi.
Warning buoy, everything.
Yeah, the Vomi don't say anything. Ross, the Necrovians definitely get back to you and kind of asking about the sensor probes.
We didn't get the greatest feeling off their motivations. We thought this would be a sensible idea to keep an eye on them, as well as a deterrent. We can have the sensor net routed to your command center, so you'll be able to see what's going on in the system.
That would be. That might be advisable. Presence command difficulty 3. I think we talk them into this.
Can I use leadership with that too?
Yes.
All right, I'll give you a point of threat. I definitely think this will help you feel safer and more in control of your space.
Yes, this would be advisable. Thank you.
Our pleasure.
And with that, we're gonna go ahead and take a 5-minute break right here.
Okay.
Yep. So we'll be back in 5 minutes, and we'll see you soon. Ta-da! We are back. Yeah, let's get back.
Oh.
Woohoo! Now that we're all well watered and stuff, let's get back into this. So, we left off with setting up a sensor net across the entire solar system, so we can keep an eye on the Vommy movements. However, due to some complication, and everyone in the system is aware that the sensor net is out and about. So the Necrovians are kind of skittish because their nest with all of their young and a chunk of their homeworld is still in orbit and exposed as to any sort of attack, and the Vommy are not 100% trustworthy. They're acting kind of suspicious, and everyone's questioning their motives. But we cut back to the bridge. The sensor net is out and about, and the Necrovians are setting up are still setting up their colony. And the Vommy ship is lazily orbiting in the star system at impulse. What do you do?
All right, we're going to return back to, was it New Necrovia?
Yeah. For lack of a better name, New Necrovia.
Yeah. And we'll continue with the engineering effort.
In New Necrovia, bird eats you. That was a terrible joke.
No argument here. We'll also keep sensors on long range just to keep an eye on things.
Yeah, the sensor network will definitely ping if they make any sort of movement.
I also want to send an encrypted message to DS-17 and let them know about our first contact and my concerns about their motivations, as well as other captains in the area.
Captain, should we request that Starfleet send a first contact team to their home?
We'll let them decide what they want to do. I'll just give them the information. I'm not going to recommend it, though.
Okay. Set your encryption level on a scale of 1 to 5. How encrypted are you?
4.
All right. Control engineering and difficulty 4. System and communications command. Or engineering or command. Control. No, it's encryption. It's communication. I talked myself into it, and I talked myself right back out of it.
You got there in the end. That's all that matters.
At least one of us did.
I have a focus in computers.
Yep.
And I'll spend a point of threat.
And are we still at yellow alert?
No, we're going to stand down from yellow alert so we can beam in and off the planet. It's communications engineering.
Okay. gonna do something.
I'm watching that threat counter. There it goes.
I'm spending threat. Yeah.
Trying to break my encryption, aren't you?
I mean, I don't want you talking to people. Location. Gee, sweet. That's actually my sweet spot. And make sure I got talents. Yeah, that's not gonna be applied. Good job. Brilliant. Brilliant job, crew. Yeah, nothing happens.
Hey, at least the ship is competent.
Kind of wish. I guess I could roll that in secret, but it's kind of weird. Yeah, your message goes through. In fact, Ross, go ahead and type out the message in Discord, and I will forward it to DS17.
Okay.
Yeah. It doesn't have to be like tweet size or anything, but you know, let's not send a dissertation. 7 years ago. Okay.
I mean, my dissertation was 435 pages, so.
Which is why we
Captain
don't let
Ross,
you do
10
dissertation
tips
anymore.
to first contact.
Fox's tip on first contact missions.
Wait,
Go.
you have an advanced degree, Sorrel?
No,
Masters?
That was Sorrel's player.
Oh.
Players has advanced degrees.
Masters or PhD, if I may ask.
I have a PhD in political science, and I'm about to finish my master's in statistics.
Nice.
Yeah.
I dropped out of college, so.
I like how in the general chat it says somebody just posted a gif of too complicated. I'm not saying that the world is funny, but it is. Coincidences abound. So probably around the same time that you mentioned your hundreds of pages long dissertation.
Is like I said, I think Q's hand is in it very often.
You said Vero being red, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Sorry. don't know why I keep
Yes,
thinking
con
yellow.
officers, and command are the ones in red.
For some reason.
Mm-hmm.
But. Anyways, as that's being sent out, Sorrel, Elvira, and Fox. Kind of waiting to see if something silly happens.
Yeah, I'm just waiting to see if they come back to try to start trouble.
So, Captain. Oh, sorry. So, sorry, Captain's busy. So, Fox, do you do anything for fun?
He just looks at you and blinks.
No, like, really. I'm curious.
I don't have downtime.
Come on, you got other security officers. You can't be on all the time.
When I'm not on duty, I do not have downtime. I'm
What
always
do you
busying
do?
myself with something.
Okay, what do you do then?
I take my recommended rest time.
Okay. You're what I'd call inscrutable, huh?
And compared to a Vulcan.
Well, Do you think you'd want to try maybe a little bit of downtime at some point. Just a bit, a teeny bit.
Last time I tried to have downtime, an entire ship went mad.
What if I guaranteed you no entire ship breakdown mentally?
He gives you an eyebrow raise very eerily similar to Sorrel's.
I don't know if that's a yes or no, I'll be honest.
That is what are you on kind of look.
You just look like you need something to unwind at some point here.
I'll unwind when I'm dead or retired.
That's intense and extremely unhealthy. And I'm not a counselor, but like, you gotta take your time to smell the roses, right?
I'll leave that to the young and the foolish. You'll notice that he looked at Ross when he said fool. He looked towards Ross already, remember, if he was not on the bridge when he said the foolish.
Alright. But, you know, the offer's open, alright?
Out of morbid curiosity, just for like God's point of view, Vera, what activity did you have in mind for Fox? Anything in particular?
Probably a card game. That's something she knows that's generally like well liked and fun.
So
and seems like something he might get into.
you'll standard poker game? Yeah. Do you have an established in his poker game with some of the other lower deck people, or?
She is not. I have not established one in character.
Okay.
But it could certainly be established now.
That could definitely be something you could put feelers out for. Do you want to like actually you want to actively find people for this, or are you just kind of like feeling around and asking people directly, or are you putting up flyers?
She'll just ask some of the people she's gotten to know. Like, I know that she does have a favor from very early on in the ship from a Ensign Dibavav.
Yeah, you could totally cash that favor in, and she'll come to the game.
Probably Bailey and Lef as well. Those are people she knows pretty well. Just people she's gotten to know on the ship.
Bailey would definitely go. Left. Oh, I forgot to add my threat in the actual game. Nothing. Left. He's gonna need a little bit talking to, but presence command diff 1. See if you can get him interested. But Bailey's all sorts of sociable and would totally be down for a card game.
Alrighty.
Oh, and this would be a new scene, so we get another momentum.
feel like it's like Vera was talking about Fox. Bailey like would express interest, and Vera would be like, "Yeah, okay." That's probably how it would go. Like
Yeah,
like how it
and-
would like start.
Yeah, Bailey kind of overhears. Or what's this card game? I mean, I haven't played since my academy days, but I'm sure that could be fun.
Oh yeah, sure. Well, then come along. We'll find some others. So even if, and she looks back to Fox. Invitation will stay open as long as it needs to.
He is currently typing away on his console for some reason. Not paying attention to anything else that's going on now.
Lef, you do manage to talk to Lef, and he kind of, I suppose, some social downtime could be amenable.
All right. This time, and I'll see you there.
Cool. So we have that simmering in the background. Let's duke back out to space. Not quite at last frontier. Not sure if we need tension rising. Maybe we do.
You're rising. Quick, load the super secret torpedo. Someone knock out Rost.
Someone knock out Ross. As tensions rise in the sector. What do? I need to do something, cause there's something I wish to do. This is going to be there's things I'm doing. Yeah, let's go with that one. Spending some threat. This is a difficulty 4 check on their part. And they succeed.
Ship is too confident. It needs to be nerfed.
Sorel and Fox, section of the sensor buoys has gone down.
And Commander,
I will work to get them up immediately.
Commander, we should also check what was in that location when they went dark.
Checking sensor logs.
And
I'm going to deploy gyro out to that area.
4. All right. Let's go ahead and do reason science difficulty 3, assisted by computer science to check over the logs.
Okay. Testing a theory.
Yes.
All right. +2 to get to 4.
2 threat, 2 momentum.
2 threat. Yep.
and computer science from the ship.
Got that, Ross?
6.
Yes.
The sensor blip was up here in the 12 o'clock location. The Valmy ship is down here, or kind of 7 o'clock.
Again, I'll deploy gyro to the dead sensor area.
As you're about
active theme.
As you're about to do that, another section falls. 3 o'clock.
Is it 3?
Yep. 90 degrees. He's off orbital from the other spot.
I'm gonna keep gyro headed where he was.
Sure, I
Gyro's heading
recommend
north.
launching the fighters and having the Necrovians get into defensive position.
Agreed. Make
Fighters.
so.
Launching fighters.
Launching fighters, or presence or control con. Diff 3 brought in Diff 2 because you've had them on standby, and communications con.
Presence or control, you said?
Yeah.
And go control. Take a threat. Yeah, I'm glad I bought that third die.
Gain a momentum. You have 1 float. Fighters are deployed. All right. I have a thingy here for hazard space. Cool. Sensor blip there, and sensor blip. Yep, there. The purple hexagons. And gyros is heading up here. And Captain, let's go ahead and do a presence command difficulty 3 to put the Necrovians on alert.
Okay, I'll give you. Yeah, 1 threat.
One threat.
And the ship.
The Necrovians are put on alert. And then Sorrel, we want to deploy a gyro to the 12 o'clock sector.
Yes.
That is going to be a control science difficulty 1.
Testing a theory?
Yes. Oh goodness. You have 4 float.
Yeah. know what's going on over there. So what do I get on the initial read?
The initial read was to go over there and just kind of see what's up.
Yep. To assess the status of the sensor buoy and to do targeted scans to see if you can pick up what is in the area.
Sensor buoy, he appears to be functioning, but is not responsive to commands. A closer look seems to reveal that its antenna is being jammed. It can't receive commands nor send commands.
Strawberry.
Okay.
Only one person give us the strawberry.
Anything on the active scans here?
Would you?
Like
Yeah.
Another probe or a ship or something like that?
Yes. There's another probe in the area of alien design.
Alien design. Is it armed? Does it have weaponry?
Does not appear to have weaponry.
Okay.
So
Assume
that.
that's one of my float.
Yeah, that's one of your float. No, for sure.
Is the alien design consistent with that of the Vomi?
Yes.
Okay. Can I tell if it's got an active signal right now? Is it the source of the jamming?
Yes, actually.
And for my final float, can Gyro devise a method for interfering with that jamming signal?
Could. One of two ways of doing this. One is to kind of counter sine wave it. Another is shoot the probe.
I'll report to the captain. Captain, Gyro has identified a alien probe of Vomi design. It appears to be jamming our sensor probes. I could attempt to send a counter signal to foil the jamming, or we could send one of the fighters to destroy it.
Let's send the fighters to destroy it. I consider this a hostile act.
Sir, I would also recommend not doing that if we don't want to further the conflict. We might be able to talk them out of this situation.
As you're speaking, two more holes in the sensor grid and show up. Kind of the same aim idea. And the fighter wing approaches is the second hole that came up. Sir,
similar probe.
Same thing. A similar probe seems to be jamming the.
That's bad.
And now communications are silenced. Oh my.
We lose communications with the fighter wing?
You lost communications with the fighter wing.
Not happy about that.
So
I rescind my former statement, sir.
Do the Necrovians have any of their patrol ships in orbit besides the nest?
Yeah, they have several patrol ships. For 4 it's 2 momentum each. 2 momentum and per ship. It's slightly lower cost because they're nominally in system.
To do what?
To help.
I just want them to stay around the planet, that's all.
Okay. Yeah, you can spend momentum to set up the advantage, or the Necrovians will just kind of do their own thing.
Yeah, I just want them to not be unprotected if we leave the system, orbit. Okay. Let's head out to the 3 o'clock position where the fighter wing went to.
Mm-hmm.
You got it.
There's one down here. One down here.
Yeah, we'll go
All
to
right.
3 o'clock.
You go to 3 o'clock.
And as we approach, I want to pick up the fighters on long-range scanners and see what their status is before we get too close.
They're fine. They're just kind of in a holding aim pattern.
Okay, they're not adrift or anything like that.
They're not adrift after anything. They do appear to have a target lock on the probe, and they're kind of hovering their trigger fingers.
Can we establish communications with them?
You can certainly try. On a scale of 1 to 5, how hard would you like to go to punch through this jamming?
We'll turn it up to 11 or 5.
5. All right. Control engineering difficulty 5, assisted by communications in G.
Can I have left assist or Sorrel?
Yep.
Also, I'll assist.
Okay, I'll spend a point of threat.
What is the specific rule for?
To punch through the jamming.
Punch through the jamming.
Will sensor operations work as a focus?
I'm gonna have to say no.
No.
How about computers?
Computers, yes.
I have computers. Good.
Let me find the ship.
Show on the right layer. There we go. And the ship. You
I
can
can
succeed,
re-roll that 0, can I, with bold engineering?
but with bold engineering, yes.
All right.
That is 5. You're able to reestablish communication. Sir, it looks like the probes are adaptively trying to jam us.
Take him out, Commander.
Easy peasy. The fighters are swoop in formation and they destroy the probe easily.
Does that seem to take out the jamming?
In this sector,
Are there any motherships around?
nope.
Wait, what's that thing?
The Vami ship that we've been in contact with has been lazily going around the system,
Yep.
generally in the pattern that we have set up our probes.
Yeah,
I
just
just
kind of
wanna make
outside
sure.
of it.
A leisurely cruise?
They were going at impulse.
All right, we are now in combat rounds. As I'm taking an aggressive action, I'll spend 2 to get the jump on you.
Oh.
You have to bring
And
toys now?
I mean, you could, if that's what you want to do. I want to suggest it.
It sounds like you don't want me to.
And fire.
I'm gonna say I need to do 1, 2, 4. Engines that.
Fire the Foxton torpedo.
Foxton
torpedo, just the fear god.
Fear of God. Alright. Alright, format this. Alright. Make sure I get that right. Spending for this. You hit a difficulty 3. No! No! Bad ship!
Cup.
No!
I take back my statement that the ship is too competent.
So they succeeded. As they make a warp jump.
In system? That's
In
bad
system
form.
to the orbit of a planet.
Yep.
This is bad form.
That's also very dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
That's the kind of danger that could end you up inside of the atmosphere and quickly crashing into an ocean.
It's not that unheard of, but yeah. Just about to.
Effects on the planet.
Yep.
Why it's forbidden by Starfleet.
And then of course Kirk does it in the 1980s, but we ignore that.
You know, he had his reasons.
He has reasons. What's my complication? Goody. Yeah, they make it to the planet, but they misjudged their air jump, and now they're in a unstable decaying orbit.
I was hoping they end up halfway to the planet's crust.
No, I'm not that mean, but yeah, they're definitely in a flat spin through Atmo. And the Necrovians are like, oh, what's this?
Caca, caca.
Caca, caca. It is now player's turn.
Captain, I suggest we inform the Necrovians of the aggressive acts of the Vomi.
Yes, let's definitely let them know what's going on. Tell them that they're jamming our sensor net and does it launch something toward the planet, it looks like?
Launch themselves towards the planet.
It appears to have been like a small, like, scale 2 craft that warped in.
Advise their ships to deal with it as a hostile act.
I also think we should send a message to the Vomi warning them that they are engaging in acts of war, and warlike reprisals may be in the offing.
We're still picking them up.
Captain, confirm you wish to inform the Necrovians that this is a hostile act.
Confirm.
Okay, I will count this as escalation. Actually, no, never mind. No. That's not escalation, but yeah, I needed a confirmation of that. The Necrovians don't have any ships on this on the scene. They're like all out of position, but for 2 momentum, and the Necrovians could have a ship in position as an advantage.
Yeah, go ahead.
And goodness, where is it?
Can't
Guest
trust
star.
the lizard people. I don't know.
We can't trust lizard people. What's the world
We
come
can't
to?
trust people with Ferengi mindsets. Is what we're learning here.
Oh, Oh boy, it's getting interesting because the Necrovians are not going to take too kindly on this, and they're going to fire on the ship.
I think that's well within their territorial rights. Fundamental right of self-defense.
Has there been any communication from the vessel that went toward the planet?
That's just now after sticking the Necrovians on them.
Oh,
Well, it's their fault. They,
Not anymore.
doesn't matter anymore.
I don't know more. Yeah.
Hey.
I told them to wait for an invitation. So
No, they started messing with our toys, and then they sent the toy at the planet, and now their toy's broken. So
That toy had people on it, but okay. That's their fault.
that toy should not have jumped directly into atmosphere.
what's the
Of a
expression?
planet of a planet with people that are very, very defensive about their stuff.
Fuck around and find out.
Yes.
They made their bed, now they get to lie in
And
it.
that's our F-bomb for the night.
Oh, yeah.
I
Sorry.
mean, it was thematically appropriate.
No. Oh, we're PG-13, so we get one F-bomb a night. So just use it well. I think that counts.
Okay.
Do you wish to keep the initiative?
Yes, I do.
All right. Are you gonna swift task captain or?
Yes. Are we still picking up the Vomi ship there at 7 o'clock?
Yep. 2 momentum or 2 threat to keep for 2 swift task.
I'll give you 2 momentum.
All right. And I have 2 of these buggers. All right, I'm reloading. All right, down to 2 momentum. All right. Captain, it's your swift task.
Let's get the Gungnir and the fighter wing over to the Vomi ship. And we are at red alert, right?
You're still at yellow alert. Would you like to go to red?
I would like to go to red.
Minor action, go to red.
How are you specifically, Captain, piloting the ship over to where you want them to go? Because this is your swift task, which means your action.
Well,
You
I
can
guess,
order.
I'll
Yeah.
order Vera to go do that.
On it.
Ray shields.
Yep, minor action, and you're at red alert.
Those automatically go up when we hit red.
I still like saying it.
Go ahead, say it. You can say it.
Ray
No, it's too late.
shields.
It's over.
All right, you're in the
Oh, it's
square.
over. You gotta get
1,
there.
2, 3, 4.
You say it like Sulu. Shields.
5. Shields. All right, so that is like 5. You could do a warp jump over there, or you can impulse and kind of get it like close in range.
Aaron,
You want-
Vera.
Do you want to warp or not? I actually don't know what would be better here.
Yeah, if you do impulse, you can get to like here, so you'd be nominally within long range of them, or you can warp and just get as close you want.
Captain?
I'd recommend warp.
Alright, let's warp.
Light it up.
Trocon.
Alright, that one now, are we, Captain?
I'm trying new ones.
Yeah, simple task. Control con, diff 1. This will have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 power.
Alright. Control con difficulty 1. Let's go. Where'd my character sheet go?
It went to the void. Where all lost things go.
Does improved warp drive let us use less power?
Improved warp drive allows you to roll challenge dice, and you can refund some of that power.
I'll quash that. 2 momentum we have. Sorry.
Okay. And then the ship and Captain Ross, your presence command.
That's just for an assist.
Yeah, presence command assist. Gain a momentum. As
Challenge die roll to get back.
and roll 5 challenge dice. Effects means you get that power back.
Got it.
You use 4 power.
Only down to 6 power.
Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Do you want to be in close range or medium range?
Medium range. I think.
Sure, medium range.
Medium range? All right. So you snap back to reality, a medium range of them. Fighters, just come with you. Fighters, not the anomaly.
The anomaly wanted to come with us.
All right. Does anyone on the team have quick to action?
Nope.
All right.
The list. Not there yet.
Not there yet. All right. Would you like to keep the initiative and have someone else go?
Does anybody want to do anything?
Could shoot them.
I think we should give them a warning first, but
No. You've already gone, so if you want to give a warning, they would be Sorrel or Vera, not me.
Up to you. I'll be 2 resources to keep the initiative and have someone else hail them.
actually, Sorrel, if you could do an action, maybe you could scan for weaknesses.
Scanning, Captain.
And new things.
All right. You're in optimal range, and console science. Difficulty 2 brought down to 1 because of advanced sensors.
All right. Testing a theory.
Yep.
And I'll give you 2 threat.
Guys, I think you made a mistake.
They made a mistake?
They made a mistake.
Of course they did. They don't know. They don't know what they're messing with. All they saw
no.
was a ship and then me with a hammer.
No, they do not know what they're messing with. That's the issue. And then the ship, sensor science. Poor favor.
You got that, Ross?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see that sensor sign.
Yep.
Yeah. I think we got that.
Indeed. One ping only. You have a target lock.
which is very bad for them for what I do.
This is very, very, very bad on them, and they know you have a target lock.
I want him to see that red glow coming from our torpedo tubes and think about this.
Target locked.
Sorrel, anything else you would like to do?
What do I have left? Nope.
You have a minor action. You can spend 2 to swift task.
Spin 2 to Swift. I don't think I've got. Got anything else I can do here? I'll let it pass unless someone wants to jump in and say you should do this.
Going once, going twice, and initiative pass. We need to start using these counters more. There we go. It's their turn. Buddy, pal.
Sorrel did clench his fist slightly. That's what I did.
Ooh, man. Easy does it there.
Alright, I'm spending a threat. Okay, normally I get it back. They open communications with you.
We'll answer their hell.
We surrender, please don't kill us. Please, we surrender, or we messed up. I'm so sorry. We surrender, please.
Foamy vessel, you've committed an aggressive act against the Federation and the new Necrovians colony. Explain why you jammed their sensors.
Okay, we have been to this planet before, and we left something there, and we wanted to just get there and pick it up and kind of not make a mess and not have anyone know, but we're sorry. We underestimated your sensor capabilities.
You will recall all of your probes that are jamming their sensors. And we will allow one small shuttle to come to the planet to pick up what you left after we've examined what it is.
Please transmit the coordinates.
We ask that you don't communicate this exchange with our government.
Well, that's between you and your government. I just want to establish you're not a threat to this ship or the Necrovians.
Okay. With that, they lower their shields and weapons. They go to green alert. And they transmit the coordinates, which was about 20 miles away from the colony site on the planet. So uncomfortably close to it.
We'll send a communicator to the Necrovians, giving them the coordinates of whatever it is, and recommend that they investigate carefully.
Well, our captain, do we want to send down a team and just inform the Necrovians that we're going to investigate, and we'll keep them informed?
I'd recommend a joint operation. in that regard. This is their new homeworld.
Yeah, I'm just torn between leaving this vessel here in case it decides to skedaddle.
We could have them lean to and prepare to be boarded. Put a security team on their bridge. They have surrendered.
Not ready to do that yet. I've got a bad
You could
feeling
also just board a runabout out and take it over to the planet while keeping the Gungnir air locked onto the bombing vessel.
Yep, could do that.
Okay. Commander Sorrell, do you want to lead an away mission to take care of that?
Hi, Captain.
Ross is staying here. Sorrell's going. Who else is going to the planet?
More between staying here and going down to the planet. I'm going to the planet.
I guess I'll stay up here.
I will instruct Gyro to join us on the planet.
I can handle piloting the shuttle.
It's simple. I'm not gonna make you roll for that.
You and me, Cap.
Sorrel, 2 momentum, and Gyro can just turn around and rendezvous with you there.
Great.
Oh, and we have Runabout Erickson and on the map.
Son Eric?
Son Eric. I English sometimes. All right. Any other advantages or gear you want to bring with you?
I will have my hammer, so take your threat.
I'll take my threat.
Of course, we'll have the psychic capacitors, so we can communicate with our Necrovian counterparts.
1 moment to me get some for the whole team.
Okay.
All right. Anything else? Armor, type 3, grenades.
My armor comes with my hammer. So.
Yep.
Yeah, let's go ahead and armor up.
Don't believe armor has escalation. Nope.
And I'll take my bow with me too.
Definitely escalation for the armor. For the grenade. That. I'm getting tired. All right. You have your bow, you have your hammer. Both of you have armor, and Gyro's coming to meet you. The Necrovians will meet you at the site as well in their own shuttle. Yeah, have a little time. Let's do this. And I think I have to reestablish vision for you guys.
Yes,
Nothing but blackness.
Vision. Bright light. 10 feet. And vision, bright light. 10 feet. Seems to have taken you to a cave.
Very dark one because I'm still seeing black.
We're up in the top left.
Oh,
Top left.
There we are.
And vision, bright light.
Vision's off somewhere else, and I think it's the size of a ship.
Yeah, it's not gonna work. This Jarl's in here. And all Necrovians that meet you.
Well then, Fox is going to take the lead and start going to the cave.
Might be better to send Gyro.
Probably, but that's not fun for me.
Can kind of work like a familiar.
We can step down from this music. Let's go to anomaly music. And go ahead and move your token into the cave.
There's a bar of options up above, and it's Goblin Brain wants to push options, but Goblin Brain knows not to do that.
Was it damage report full status?
Beam in, beam out.
Ah.
Then a couple of other options that
Our
don't really
phase
matter.
full status ships.
Yeah.
Yeah, beam in, beam out. That's just the special effects.
Go until you tell me to stop.
It's a dark, dank cave. And
Very narrow here.
yes, it's actually very, very narrow there.
Pretty hammer in one hand and squeeze his way through.
Fitness is security difficulty 2.
Security difficulty 2. Okay. Don't think I'd have to stretch for any of my foci to apply. No, you're just gonna get a threat. And I'm gonna spend I'm gonna spend those 2 in order to give the rest a better chance of getting through it. Seeing as I felt through my way through it.
Yep. Sorrel, difficulty 1.
Sorry, I had a kid asking me a question. What do you need?
Fitness security at Div 1.
Fitness security diff 1.
Fitness security Div 1. It's not a Gungnir episode if I'm not doing a fitness roll.
Yeah, but it's super easy.
I know. You say that.
Oops.
It's super easy. Even Rost could do it.
I know. You say that. Div 1. Okay. Well, I'm going to give you a threat for a third die. What am I doing with the fitness security?
You are trying to squeeze through a small gap.
Yeah, I don't really have anything that works there. Okay, no focus. Here we go. Yep. You mock me, Fox, but
Technically, I mocked Rost.
Technically, yeah, you're stuck.
fitness rolls do not go well. They just don't.
You just see Fox on the other side, giving you a look you know all too well. Raised eyebrow.
Apparently I'm trying to get in the armor. Maybe is.
Yeah, you're just kind of cramped in there, or you can't really get your way through. You could try again in a difficulty 2,
Div 2 now.
or you can succeed at cost. That could be fun.
I'll try it. I'll try it one more time. And again, I'll give you a threat. I succeeded.
No, you didn't.
I mean,
It went up to difficulty 2.
oh my god, I failed too. Yeah. Oh my god.
Yeah.
This is what I'm talking about with fitness rolls.
I made it easy for you.
Yeah. I mean, shoot, it's towards the end. I'm going to use my determination. Always have an exit strategy.
Is your exit strategy Fox pulling you through the hole?
I'll take it.
Oh boy. Alright, let's try it again.
There are just a
And
couple
we got it.
Necrovians. There's just a
There we
couple
go.
Necrovians watching you squirm your way through this.
All right, these guys make it through. All right, you can make it through, Sorrel.
Say, does the reduced gravity have a benefit here?
Not really. I mean, it's easier to lift yourself up, but
Yeah. This is a narrow gap, not like we're trying to climb up something. If we were trying to climb things, then that would be easier for us.
Yeah, I'm just scrapping anything I can to help him.
Yeah. I unfortunately, I did my best to make it easy for him.
the Necrovians kind of scramble through here. They're kind of, I don't like this.
I mean, I think Sorrel's also in that same boat. At this point. Oh, there's a big
Hello.
bug.
Is Big Bug.
Oh,
I think you just saw the big bug, didn't you?
yeah.
And Big Bug's doesn't like being disturbed, so it's gonna attack.
Attack me.
It's gonna attack you.
I was going to try to hurt. It's going to attack me. It's going to try to attack me, and then it's going to try to hurt me. See how well it goes for it.
That's a hit. Oh, come
Oh,
on.
that poor bug, it does nothing.
Nope, I'm rerolling that. That's BS.
Slightly more than nothing.
2, 4, 6, 8, 9 damage.
-2.
That's 7.
7 damage.
Let's go ahead and half that.
3 damage.
Yeah. That's my turn.
As it just flits his tongue out at you.
Yeah, now it's my turn.
Oh boy.
Mm-hmm. Let's go.
You want Fox to put the hammer down?
Fox is going to put the hammer down. Time for some time to throw a hammer at it. I have hammer as a focus. And you're getting a threat. Onwards and downwards.
That's a hit.
And hammer. And you know what? I'm going to re-roll those 5? Yeah, 5.
So long, sweet guy.
I got to break a toy. I am happy.
Goodness, what is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Yeah, this is just the focus, so it doesn't have vicious.
Alright, so that's 9. That is still 5 damage. Yeah, I'm gonna stay up. As you throw the hammer, and it pings off the exoskeleton, it scurries back into the darkness, is screeching.
Well, it looks like our peaceful walk through a cave is not going to be very peaceful.
You still have initiative.
Yeah.
Would you like to keep or swift?
Well, I can't see it anymore.
I mean, you could take a blind shot.
Oh yeah, I can take a blind shot. I'm going to do that. And it's going to be area.
Oh no.
Yeah. You gave me options to throw into the darkness, so you only have yourself to blame for this.
No, it's gonna be increased difficulty by 1 because of the darkness. And just kind of ping on the map of where you're trying to hit.
Well, it went in this direction, so I'd say somewhere right about there.
Okay.
The end of the arrow.
+1 because of darkness, +1 because of swift task, and how are you swift tasking? Threat or momentum?
Take the threat.
All right. Control security diff 4.
Yeah, and I'm gonna have 4 die. So take that threat. I still have hammer as a focus.
Hammer is still a focus.
All right, into the darkness you go, little hammer.
Whee!
And now it's going to be very bright out there.
Boosh! Do you wish to reroll some of that damage?
I wish to re-roll 5 of that damage. All those zeros.
Rerolling all deaths as zeros.
There we go. And this is area, so it is a vicious hit.
Oh boy. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13. Woof. As you throw your hammer into the darkness, you're just kind of blind firing. There. You yeet it. Woof, 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 woof. It thuds to the ground, and this burst of electricity as this bug goes, scream! And it boils into chunks.
We just see it get electrified in the darkness.
Yep, you just saw it go electrified in the darkness. In fact, 2. Wait, that's wrong. Do that, then threat dump. I need everyone to make a fitness, medicine, and difficulty 3 roll.
Shoot.
Yay.
And that's only shoot because we've already hit our PG-13 rating.
Wow, shoot.
I'm still working on a mechanic. Once I hit affiliate, I'm gonna have a bit donation to reload the F-bomb.
This is just so much fun. So much funny fun.
So much fun.
Yeah, I'm going to give you more threat. I want 4. I do not have a focus for this. I don't imagine.
Yeah, what is happening to us that we're having to? Are we spit at or?
Nope. Nope. As this bug gets electrocuted, its innards get cooked and its exoskeleton cracks. And oh my god, what is that smell?
Oh.
Okay.
Just to see how strong your stomach is.
Yep.
This is very bad for Sorrel because he's a Vulcan and they have good sense of smell.
But I do have composure as a focus.
Good point. Sorrel, this is difficulty 4 for you.
But I have composure as a focus, correct?
You have composure as a focus, but it's diff 4 for you because you have a Vulcan nose.
Could I argue stubborn?
I'll allow that.
Or my trait?
Mm-hmm. So
that brings down difficulty. Yay.
Yep.
So that
Diff
means
2.
I'm giving you less threat. I'm going to take 1.
One's the frets.
Yep.
Also, now I feel bad because my girlfriend's watching and she's like, "Oh no, bug's bad."
I smashed the bug. You should be happy.
The bug is smashed.
I'm giving you all the threat.
Well,
How much all?
That's
All-
all of it.
All the 6?
All the five. Yeah. All
I'm
6
trying to get
five.
rid of the threat, guys.
remember,
You're not.
remember,
Not with this
Sorrel,
kind
you
of
don't
roll.
have a reroll with bold science.
I'm aware. I have no rerolls here. This is a one-shot deal.
If it makes you feel better, I don't
Actually,
either.
before I do this, I'm gonna roll a challenge die, see if I hold my. I did not keep my determination. So yep, this is it. Let's do it.
Oh no!
Yep.
Uh,
It is a Warhammer night.
all right, that is 3, 4, 5, 6,
Something about
Right.
his fitness.
and intense. All right, this is gonna be a 6 challenge dice and intense. No. I said.
What do I need to do? Yeah.
Could have been worse, I guess.
Yeah.
All right, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And oh, you have resistance, so that is 5 damage. It's enough for an injury, and it costs 2 plus 2 to resist, so that'll be 4 threat to stay up.
I'll spend the threat. Stay up.
Yeah.
Again, I'm trying to get rid of this.
Well, you shouldn't be trying to hurt us this much.
Yeah. Ouch.
Also, this is the first time in a long while you've knocked me to half health.
Yep. The bug is squished. That is not good enough, says chat.
I electrocuted it as well. Does that make it better?
Yep. You still take the stress
Apparently it
damage. You still take a 5 stress damage as
Made it all the worse.
goodness, that
It
is
made it worse for us.
oh goodness, that is a rancid smell. But suck it up.
I think
Suck it up.
This is also the first time you see an emotion from Fox that isn't rage or almost Falcon.
Yep. Oh god, that is terrible.
That's so bad.
No, chat, you don't want to burn the body. It smells horrendous.
I did that.
The body is
pretty
burned.
much.
That's why they're making this roll.
Yeah. Pressing on. I'd imagine the Necrovians would not see this as a foul smell.
No.
They live with death and decay.
They live with the.
Yeah. I like
They're.
it.
All right. Feel free to continue.
Walking past the bug. You realize there's probably more bugs in here.
That'd be great.
I mean, I have enough threat for
One
it.
of us is gonna pop them again.
Don't electrocute them.
We both have energy-based weapons.
I know. I was already thinking about it. I'm gonna try to neck pinch it.
You could try that. You'll probably try to eat. I've seen these bugs before.
It's a crustacean. I don't think it has a neck.
It's got a head. It's got to have a neck. You know, some area, neck area.
Well, this doesn't look natural.
Should I just nuke the site from orbit or what?
Nope.
They're in the ground.
Yeah, buried in the mountain.
You'd have to
Come on,
have
Gyro,
sustained
let's
fire
go.
for several days.
Yep. Indeed. This is not natural.
Oh, goody.
It is a large door.
Does it have a lock? Or
Indeed, it does.
security pad or something like that? Or
It has a security pad. Would you like to open this up?
I would say we would. Kitchen.
control engineering or security. Difficulty 3, complication 2.
I'll let Fox. You should take the lead with control security.
Take lead and go with security. Got it. Okay. Ooh. Go ahead and take a threat. And I don't believe I have anything that would apply in terms of foci. That wouldn't be a stretch.
Jailbreaking, lockpicking, security systems.
Oh, no. The only
Alright.
systems I have is tactical.
This isn't a tactical system, so no.
Yeah. Onwards and downwards.
Don't do it.
Okay. This doesn't open up. All right. To the GM layer with you. Big iron door just drops into the floor.
Very into darkness still.
Yep. Into darkness.
I'm gonna send Gyro ahead.
Control science diff 1.
Control science diff 1. Take a threat. I get to re-roll that one. That's why I give the threat.
All right. 3 of the momentums. All right. 5-2, 5-2. All right. And Gyro. You can still see the light Gyro produces, right?
Gyro just disappeared.
Yeah, he just disappeared.
He went past our light threshold and then poof. Basically where that door was is as far as we can see.
Herm. I forgot. Alright. It's not limited vision. It's not night vision. Advanced settings. I don't want to do legacy lighting. Huh. Alright, well, we'll just do it this way. Reveal rectangle. Alright.
If you cast reveal, that spell didn't go off.
I thought it was. Explore reveal.
It's a very harsh line where oh, there's that.
There it goes.
There's a thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jared goes ahead. And eventually reveals a room with lots and lots of crates. Nothing else is in here.
It's clear enough.
Yeah, let's follow.
Keeping an eye out for any dangers that didn't trigger on Gyro.
Yes. I have my Vulcan hearing attuned to any.
Checking for traps, using the 10-foot pole, looking for tripwires.
I am constantly watching.
You found a room with a bunch of crates.
Is the Ark of the Covenant in there?
Hopefully, have the amount of them.
I don't have enough threat to bring in the Ark of the Covenant, unfortunately.
There's some kind of green stuff over there, Fox.
MetLife.
Yep.
Let's start scanning the boxes.
Yep. Fire gyro up and run a scan.
Reason science is difficulty 1. Gyro gives you a bonus momentum.
Take a threat. Those are the kind of rolls I like to make.
All right. Oh goodness, stiff one. All right. And one more because of gyro. All right. I'm gonna text this to you.
Okay.
I'm not spelling that right.
We didn't have enough threat. We didn't generate enough threat to get the arc, but if I had been allowed to kill more bugs, we might have gotten to that threshold.
I'm not even sure how much threat the arc would be. The
The face melting amount.
face melting amount.
I don't think Sorrel would have survived you killing another bug.
How does it feel?
Honestly, I don't think I would survive another couple rounds with the bugs. Mostly joking, but I'm down to 8 stress.
Glass bottles of organic solutions, ethanol, sucrose, water. Other bottles filled with dried plant matter. Huh.
This piqued Falker's interest, and he's going to crack open a crate.
You see rows and rows of bottles with labels on them with alien script.
Are they moonshiners? We got Are they making alcohol here?
Well, let's crack open one of the bottles and take a sniff. See if I can.
It is booze.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. This is. Yep. These are crates of alcohol and some sort of smokable drug.
They're definitely smugglers. Not usually what we see.
Well, we're outside of Federation jurisdiction, so I'm not sure there's anything we can do about it other than let them collect their booty and go.
Well, this is just this crate. If there are any shielded crates among them, there might be something more dangerous in it. They were particularly.
Did any of the crates return a no scan?
I could answer that for momentum.
Sure.
We have so much float, it's fine.
Yeah. All of them scan very easily. All reveal about the same thing. Some of them reveal some other odds and ends, but none of it has like any power signature or is like blocking scans.
Is this a psychotropic drug? Can I determine that from the
I could answer that for momentum.
Sure.
Mildly psychotropic.
And all nothing worth risking your life over.
Yeah, it's something like mildly hallucinogenic and mostly feel good, not quite like an upper or downer.
Yeah, I don't understand their behavior, but we also don't really know much about them. So
Risking their lives and getting people killed over this doesn't make sense.
well, in your planet's history, it's my understanding that this kind of material was often the subject of a great deal of violence and destruction.
Like, my planet was only colonized in the last 100 years.
But you're a human, right?
Yes, but I'm from a frontier colony.
Okay, well, your planet of origin then.
Still a frontier colony.
That's racist.
Yeah! How dare you? How dare
You
you?
humans.
How dare you just say all humans are from Earth? It's like
I
saying
will
all
clarify.
Vulcans are from Vulcan.
Yeah. I will clarify there are 3 crates that do not have glass bottles of objects in it. They have a bunch of sundry objects.
All right.
But none of them powered, none of them are blocking signals or anything of the such.
There's nothing
Crack
in
'em
this
open.
room that, other than these things, that would make sense for them to risk their lives over.
Yeah, I mean, maybe in these other three crates. Let's take a look.
For momentum, you can crack open in a crate.
Bent.
Do. You find these such items.
A frozen Charlotte doll. An IDIC pendant. A pressed singing flower from Talos 4. A very tiny tea set from a dollhouse.
Say what?
IDIC. So an IDIC pendant.
Yeah. Infinite
What?
diversity, infinite combinations.
Oh yeah, the
It's-
IDIC.
yeah.
Infinite diversity, infinite combination.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
the Vulcan in
Yeah.
symbol.
Which would make Sorrel raise an eyebrow.
Oh yeah. And of course, if you've got a singing flower from Talos 4, somebody did a bad thing.
Actually, you wouldn't know. Too late. Your
we
sensor.
wouldn't really know.
It's too late. Your tricorder or pings it as this is a flower from this planet, and you know what? I have the threat.
And then we get a bunch of redacted words about the plant.
And a reminder: don't go there. Do not return this to sender.
Do not return to sender.
If found, contact your nearest admiral.
In fact, Rust, from orbit, you receive a ping on your console. Your away team has found a plant from Talos 4.
A plant from Talos 4?
That is the forbidden planet that.
Yeah, penalty if you go there, unless you're spotted.
Yeah,
It's where they sent.
it's where they
Pike
sent
when he was
Pike
back,
in the
yeah.
TOS episode,
Oh,
the Menagerie.
that's right.
Yeah, with the brain people. Yeah, that's Talos 4. It is uber forbidden to go there.
So it's contraband then.
No, it's hella contraband.
It's hella shiny too, because it's kind of rare to get one of those.
Is that all?
Yeah, this was just an automatic message that the tricorder sent you.
Yeah. When we scanned it, it pinged for you, since it's from a planet that we're not allowed to even talk about, really.
So how much would something like that be worth on the open market? Kidding.
Our captain, ladies and gentlemen.
How much would some of that thing like that be worth on the open market? I can ask this
Probably
question.
unpriceable, although
You
we don't
can
have
ask this
markets
question.
we don't have markets in the Federation.
Not in the
We don't
Federation,
have
but other
markets in
people.
Federation,
Yeah,
but
the Ferengi market.
Vera would actually know where these markets would be.
Insight Con. I'm gonna say this is like a bit outside of your market, and That, or I suppose you could use your well-informed and kind of put feelers out.
No, I'll just roll it. See if she's
Put
heard it
feelers
using
out.
her
We
former
get
syndicate
half
member.
a dozen references for plants from other planets.
Take a threat.
Someone would pay handsomely for or something like this. If any, not necessarily because it has any specific properties, but just because, hey, this is rare. This is dangerous to get. This is illegal to get. Yeah, if you have a live sample, all of this, you can easily get several bars for this for the right person. A press
It's like set for life money, basically.
not necessarily set for life money, but this is definitely buy your own starship money. A press a sample, easily several years salary.
That is it's a lot of it's a lot of latinum.
Buy a coffee shop on DS-17.
Ah,
Oh boy.
That's where the big money is.
So yeah, given that might be something to yeah, that's definitely
I think
set
we're
you for
gonna have
life
to-
money.
I think we're gonna have to confiscate the contents of this crate. They can have the rest of it.
Given how much blocking the description on that plant is, I'd say so.
Okay, is the quantity of whatever it is y'all found, and can that fit on a runabout?
The 3 crates, it's yes. The 3 crates of the sundry items, and you can definitely grab the booze and the drugs. No, you would need like
Too
2 or
much.
3. You would need like 2 trips.
Yeah. And we'd have to find a way to get them out.
Well, let's check with the Necrovians to make sure they're okay with these being disembarked from their planet.
And that is something they have to consider.
I would point out to the representative that it does seem that the Omi seem to have a strong interest in it. Getting it off your planet would end their interest in your planet.
We are not concerned about the legality of this, but yes, the presence of them on our world is unhelpful, unwelcome. We see no need to confiscate anything in here. We simply wish it removed from our planet. Whether you remove it or they remove it, we do not care.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to have our crew here. I guess me and Fox will take the crates onto the Erickson and return to the Gungnir and inform the Vomi they have permission to land on the planet, retrieve their crates, minus the ones we've had to confiscate, and they may depart in peace.
So grab their crap and get out.
Yep.
My question is, if we use pattern enhancers, could we just beam it straight outside instead of trying to wrangle these any which way? And then set it up so that they can beam them?
Yeah, 2 momentum you can and beam it outside.
Yeah, go ahead, take that.
Yeah, it takes a little while, but yeah, you totally get that to happen.
Yeah, I can't think of any other way to get this through, given that there's that tiny little entranceway.
Yeah, well, that's true. All right, then we will return to the Gungnir.
I will say, hey, Prax is upset about the Talos 4 thing, but
We took it.
yeah,
They're
you did
not
take
getting
it.
that.
They're not getting it. I'm blaming that, and I'm blaming that on someone else.
The admirals can complain late.
All right.
80-day brain go, what? Rock move.
Yep. No. Do not apologize. Eyes chat. This was awesome.
Why is Chad apologizing?
Because his chat was the one who came up with the random list.
Oh,
So,
nice.
We just look at chat, and if anybody is from the 10th fleet and they have the highest rank, they are now responsible. So congrats, chat. You better hope you're not on the show.
Yeah, if you read the general order, the order is about going there. It really doesn't reference anything from the planet. Obviously, anything from the planet is extremely rare because no one can go there.
You know, I've been needing a plant for my ready room.
Oh boy.
You're not keeping the plant, Rost.
It's not a live.
illegal.
I will
It's not live,
mention
it's
it's not a
pressed.
live plant. It's a prints.
Yeah.
It's a paper pressed one.
Oh,
But we have the DNA of that plant now.
Well, yeah, but we're not going to make more of them because that just
hell we
raises
aren't.
questions.
It says it's a singing plant. I kind of want to hear it.
oh, that would be so
Miles'
cool.
report marks it. Admirals, make sure that Rost and Sorrel do not get to keep the information on this plant.
All right.
It's already out there.
It's not out there.
Very sheepishly and quickly, the Vami smugglers definitely go and pick up their contraband and sheepishly leave.
I'm gonna get the Necrovians' permission to trespass warning them.
Granted.
If you come back into this system uninvited and unannounced again, it will be considered an act of war.
Understood.
Be gone.
And very, very quickly, they GTFO. They messed up. They don't want to be here anymore.
Yeah.
And with that, the Necrovians is kind of settle back into a more peaceful action, and we get ready to move their arc, the last bit of their home world, from orbit back to their new planet. But with that adventure on mind, the credits will roll. Yay! Be sure to catch us next week, Thursday at 7 p.m. here on Twitch to catch our next adventure on the frontier. Thank you so much to our awesome players here tonight. Yeah, basically the genesis of this episode was what if your first interaction with the English was with Blackbeard? And I just kind of ran with that. Yeah, your first interaction with this is species in this government was as the criminal element. So
I am pretty pleased with this episode.
mhm.
You get to kill a bug.
It's been what, 3 weeks since I've been able to actually do things?
Sorry, but yeah.
I put myself on this box. Why are you apologizing?
Music, as always, provided by Kevin Macload. You can check out his royalty-free music at incomtech.com. As always, we are forever grateful to Modifius for giving us the tall ship, and Gene Roddenberry for giving the stars to guide us. Until next time, fly true, stay safe, and take us out.
And don't forget to tip your waitress.